Committee will come to order following our recess. Do we have additional amendments on the amendment in nature of a substitute on the Clarity Act? My friend from California, Mr. Sherman.
For now, I'd probably permanently skip over Sherman 053, just on the theory that I'm providing enough entertainment to you on the other amendments, and we'll go to Sherman 051, dealing with campaign.
Mr. Sherman has an amendment to the desk, Sherman 51, and we'll pause for it to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Chairman for Wisconsin reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherma 51.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is now recognized to describe his amendment.
As I pointed out earlier, there's no way a Sherman bill dealing with crypto is going to pass as independent legislation. So the only way we have of dealing with this issue is if we pass an amendment to a bill that I know the majority will move. Cryptocurrency means hidden money. And the one place we certainly don't want hidden money is in our political campaigns. We have a system that all of us are familiar with that involves disclosure and excluding foreign interests and limiting the amount that each individual gives. Cryptocurrency, if it's accepted by political campaigns, offers a giant hole in all of that. So let's illustrate the situation. If somebody claims that they're John Smith and they have a checking account in the name of John Smith and a check arrives at a campaign, it's probably from John Smith. It's pretty damn hard to get a checking account in the name of John Smith unless you show a bank that you are, in fact, John Smith. It's even harder to get a credit card in the name of John Smith unless you're John Smith. But a crypto account is owned by whoever claims whatever name you want to put on it. So crypto account 123476 makes a contribution of $3,500, and then you get an email that says, this is from John Smith. You have no idea whether that is a contribution from John Smith or not. Your opponent can look at your report. He has no idea whether this is from John Smith. It could be from anybody. Could be from a Canadian citizen or a Nigerian prince. Now, if the contribution is over $200, your opponent might actually knock on the door of or send a letter to the address identified as the purported name and address of the donor. But if the contribution is for $195, then your opponent will never know even the purported name. No way to check. Now, it would be pretty damn hard for somebody to get 1,000 different accounts in the name of randomly selected names through a bank or a credit card. Imagine trying to get several thousand credit cards all in phony names. Criminals have tried, they have not been successful for the most part. But creating 2,000 different Bitcoin accounts shouldn't take a savvy person more than a few hours. And then you just send those, you use each one of them to contribute $195. And this one purports to come from John Smith, and that one's from Mary Doe, and this one's from John Wayne, and this one is from whoever. That's why I said that Mr. Stile, I think it was, could end up finding that supposedly he'd made a contribution to Bernie Sanders. All I have to do is send some crypto to the Bernie Sanders campaign, and when they ask me to fill out who I am, I just say I'm Mr. Stile. And as I pointed out earlier, what's preventing that is not my honesty. No one has accused me of too much of that. It's not even because I'm too cheap to give Bernie Sanders some money. The reason it doesn't happen is Bernie Sanders is too honest to accept crypto. So that's what prevents me from a little skullduggery here. So what we should do is just say, if you want to give money to a candidate, give them US dollars, which is, by the way, what they're actually going to spend, and give it by check, give it on a credit card, give it in a way that we know who you are. Otherwise, it is just a matter of time before every foreign interest in this country that wants to influence an election just downloads a list of Americans from the phone book or the FEC's own records. Not hard to get a list of hundreds of people, and then programs a whole series of $195 worth of Bitcoin or Trump coin or whatever to go to the candidates of their choice. And then, after you win the election, somebody can come to you and say, you know, all those contributions you got between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. on that particular day, we're all from us. Protect our system. Vote yes for the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do not insist on my point of order.
Gentleman from Wisconsin withdraws his point of order. Does the gentleman seek recognition?
I seek recognition to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intention of my colleague, Mr. Sherman's amendment, although it is misplaced. He is correct. And this is part of my investigation actually into Act Blue. So it's actually kind of exciting to hear Mr. Sherman share this information, because actually this is a really, really important topic. This is a topic we spend a lot of time on the Committee on House Administration. So I actually would be willing to waive you onto the committee to dialogue this further if you're interested, Mr. Sherman, because here's the actual problem that truly exists with Act Blue and other online fundraising platforms. If an individual goes on to Act Blue today using a credit card, using a prepaid gift card, and makes a donation in another individual's name, that information, that donation would be processed and go through, and there's actually almost no check on the system. It's actually kind of a wild situation that we've uncovered that I've been working to get more notice of, to have people help me close this loophole. And so here's the problem. So say someone goes on, Mr. Sherman, who doesn't like, maybe if you support Israel, maybe they don't like an individual's support of Israel. So they want to go on and they want to cause some havoc, and they say, all right, that individual goes and donates maybe to your opponent to cause you a little bit of a problem. Well, they could go on and grab a prepaid card, make that donation online, and then instead of typing in their own name and information, say they're a non-U.S. citizen who would be ineligible to make a donation, they could simply go on to anybody's FEC report, grab the name and address of any individual, and then make the donation in that person's name. And it's not actually caught or captured. The problem you identify is actually a much broader problem that we have to come to grips with in the United States, recognizing the hybrid war nature of a lot of our adversaries, China, Russia, Iran, and others, who may very likely be utilizing American campaign finance, the American campaign finance laws and the American campaign finance system to transfer funds illicitly into campaigns. And so I would love to work with you in that regard. It's something we spent a lot of time in the Committee on House Administration. We actually moved forward and passed on unanimous consent some aspects of the legislation that I'm working towards, although a far more robust oversight and reforms are needed. What you bring up in this amendment, Mr. Sherman, is specifically as it's related to cryptocurrencies. And what you are looking at here is a bit of a red herring. So I agree with the premise. We don't want people making donations who aren't the person they say they are. That's a problem I'd love to work with you on. But it's not unique to what is being given. And so as we look at crypto, that you can value the crypto that might be given. You may or may not accept in-kind donations into your campaign. That's actually quite common for candidates running for office to accept an in-kind donation. Somebody buys a set of pizzas for volunteers, and you would say, I'm going to report that. That'd be absolutely appropriate. And you'd say the pizzas that were purchased were valued at $250, and you'd report it, even if it was the owner of the pizza shop who never had an outlay or an expenditure. So you'd be assessing what the value of those pizzas were because the owner of the pizza shop generously gave them to you. And so in the same way in crypto, so we would look and we'd say, all right, an individual maybe receives a $1,000 valuation of Bitcoin to the campaign. They'd be able to keep that. They would then value that out at $1,000. There's ways to appropriately do that and document that. The issue that you address actually is an issue that I would love to engage in a very serious and substantive way with a lot of my colleagues on this committee, with the expertise we have here, in conjunction with the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee on House Administration, which I chair, to address individuals making donations in other people's names. And so I actually really like the spirit of the amendment that you bring. I just don't think what you are targeting is actually what is being done in the text of the legislation. So I'm not supportive of the amendment, but like your interest in preventing individuals from making donations in the name of someone else. And so I recommend a no vote, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman?
Move to trade the last word.
Mr. Lynch was, I believe, first up there. Mr.
Okay.
Lynch, you're working.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just excited that Mr. Styler is excited because, you know, we if you want to investigate something, so Abu Dhabi just gave Donald Trump $2.9 billion by investing in his meme coin. You know, and it's not, you know, it's not a small thing. It's $2.9 billion. And the meme coin gives them zero in terms of, you know, value, in terms of fungibility and an increase in their economic position. So, and Melania Trump has a meme coin as well. Hundreds of millions of dollars have accrued to her benefit since she announced that, and it's just a thing. So it's a way, it's a way from foreign governments, Abu Dhabi, the UAE, to funnel money to Donald Trump and his wife Melania, and then they've got Liberty Financial, which is Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Barron, and then there's another family involved there. Who is it? Oh, never mind. Anyway, so that's another scam we got going. So we have a target-rich environment, but unfortunately, my Republican colleagues don't want to go anywhere near this. So they're allowing the biggest scam in the history of the White House, where they just put a new sign in the White House, for sale. So, you know, they have a number of ways. You can have dinner with the president down in his place in Virginia. What did he clear that? 140 million or something like that? It's ridiculous. It is obscene, the amount of money. He's just he's just hitting everything that moves. And this is the oversight committee. This is exactly what we should be looking at when we see violations like this with the president just monetizing the presidency, monetizing the White House. It is so obscene and so obvious, and yet I feel so frustrated because my good and dear friends on the other side of the aisle don't want to lift a finger to hold this president accountable. No, this is completely unprecedented. There hasn't been a president of the United States has done anything like this. Billions in just he got, late January he got sworn in? So he's just raking it in. You know, he's done this over 4 months, basically. And he keeps doing it. And so it just makes the claims of we're going to investigate this, we're going to investigate that, and we're going to hold people responsible and make sure that they obey the law. It makes those type of statements that I just heard farcical and just completely detached from reality, because we know what's going on. We know what's going on. We know the scams that are going on, the bags of money that are going into the White House. You know, like I said, $2.9 billion. That's a lot of dough. It's about 40% of the president's wealth is this crypto scam, and Lord knows what we don't have a good number on Liberty Financial, but they're open for business as well, and it's a damn shame. So would the gentleman from California like a minute?
Yes, I'll just say that I can't imagine Russian agents trying to funnel $50,000 to a campaign through unsolicited pizza deliveries. I do see that the possibility of the use of gift cards. I do see certainly if a credit card processor knows that the name on the card is John Smith, they shouldn't allow you to say, I'm making this contribution in the name of Mary Jones. But we can't deal with that on this bill, or even in this, but we can deal with this now. The biggest loophole is crypto. Let's deal with that now, and then we can deal with the gift cards later. And I've been in politics a long time. I haven't seen the gift card issue.
Gentleman's
this
time has
crypto issue is
expired.
coming.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
You know, I'm glad that Mr. Lynch is excited, that Mr. Stiles is excited, but I'm not excited that he's excited. I am actually concerned. His response seems to imply that all we have to do is say it's a digital asset and we'll just establish a value and report that. I mean, to me, that is just flat wrong. It leaves us open for a horrible loophole, as Mr. Sherman has indicated, for more foreign and bad actors to get involved in our campaigns. They're already involved in so many presidential campaigns. We saw that during a couple of elections. There's certainly been a lot of stories in the Mueller report and others about how some governments have been involved in trying to rig our elections in favor of one candidate or the other. So we need this guardrail, we need this protection, and I wholeheartedly support Mr. Sherman's amendment, and I thank you for bringing it forward. With that, I yield the balance of my time for Mr. Sherman if he needs to address any issues that have been raised.
I do indeed. Mr. Stiles has identified an issue that I'd be happy to work with him on that has nothing to do with crypto. There are other issues I'd like to work with you on that have nothing to do with crypto. That is not a reason for us to fail when we're passing the big crypto bill that will become law to deal with this issue now. To say that we can't deal with the crypto problem because there's another problem somewhere else, perhaps certainly outside germaneness for this bill and perhaps even outside the committee, I assure you that every amendment I've ever suggested fails to solve every problem I could work with Mr. Stiles on. So I'll be happy to work with him on the gift cards and in the credit cards not matching. I don't know if he can get me to work on pizza because I don't see that as big a problem. But how is that an argument to leave this superhighway to corruption when we can stop it?
Will the gentleman yield?
We'll know, in a second, we'll know full well that when you make that crypto is the giant gift card. It doesn't have a name on it. You put your name on it. You choose any name you want, you choose any address you want, and you say that's where the crypto is coming from. This is our chance to deal with this issue, and instead we're going to be told, oh, let's put that off until we solve the national debt and the credit card company and the this and the that. I'll yield to the gentleman if he can tell me what's the matter with stopping.
Excuse me, it's my.
Oh, it is, excuse me, yes, so I will yield back to the gentlelady from Texas.
I think Mr. Sherman is making an excellent point in drawing the differences between some of the issues that Mr. Stiles mentioned that are certainly under the jurisdiction of his committee. But right now, we're talking about the use of crypto to essentially undermine the integrity of some of our elections in terms of giving. And I really think that if he's excited about this, then he sure as hell should support this bill, because this is the place to do that. We are working on this bill now. We're not looking at anything that he or his administrative committee may be doing later. We have no jurisdiction over that. So if he's excited about it, he should do it now. And with that, I will, if he still wants some time, give him another 30 seconds to say something, then back to Mr. Sherman.
I appreciate that. Let me try to break this down just real tight. First issue, is the donation made in the name of the giver? That is a broad issue that we have. That's the core of the investigation into Act Blue. That deals with credit cards, prepaid cards, et cetera. Second issue, the reference to the pizza, which might have gotten lost in translation, is campaigns are allowed to accept donations. The key requirement is that the campaign accounts for the value of the contribution accurately and honestly. And so in the same way you would calculate the value of a pizza, you would calculate the value of a digital asset or any other transaction that is not a US dollar denominated donation. And so the amendment is in search of a problem. You can just value out what is given. That's important to do accurately and honestly, whether or not that's an in-kind donation or whether or not
But
that's...
you really think
believe
this
you've
is an
exceeded your,
in-kind donation?
Ms. Garcia.
Excuse me, ma'am? I didn't hear you.
But you're really seriously saying that this would be considered an in-kind donation?
No, I'm saying, let me try that
You're
again.
saying put a value on it, so you don't think digital assets have a value at all in terms of currency?
No, maybe we're going to run out of time. I'm happy to answer that
Right.
if I have more time.
All right.
Gentlewoman's time has
I yield back.
expired. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman,
Mr. Lucas.
strike the last word, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman, Mr. Stiles.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. I'll try to be brief because we're at some point going too far down a rabbit hole that is absolutely worthy of a full committee hearing. If we break this down, one, who is the actual maker of the donation and who is the recorded name of the donation? A very important topic. That is what Mr. Sherman talked about was the purpose of his amendment. I offer that the purpose of his amendment is not solved by his amendment because this issue is a broader challenge. Issue two, what if a campaign is provided with something of value other than something exactly in US dollars, whether or not that is an in-kind contribution, my generic example pizza that I think we got totally down a rabbit hole on, or whether or not that donation is made in a digital asset, which can also be valued. The key here is that the campaign accounts for the value of the contribution accurately and honestly. And so you can account for the value of the contribution accurately and honestly, whether or not that is a cryptocurrency, whether or not that is any form of an in-kind donation or any other form of a giving to a campaign other than US dollars. And so I just offer that this amendment doesn't address what it's attempting to address, both important points, but you can value a cryptocurrency just like you can value an in-kind donation. That's not a problem. The other problem is substantive and real, not addressed in the amendment. I'd recommend a no vote. I'm going to try to keep it tight.
Will the gentleman from Oklahoma yield?
Gentleman yields.
This is not a valuation issue. We know what Bitcoin is worth at any particular moment. That's not what this amendment isn't trying to deal with, a valuation issue. Second, I can't imagine anybody with in-kind contributions. Those are reported honestly, and you know who gives them to you. Somebody shows up, they have some pizza. Now, I've never seen a campaign where there's $50,000 worth of pizza contributions, and you might doubt whether the person who delivers is really Jack Smith. I'll agree that other payment systems, namely these nameless gift cards, might be a problem. Deal with them in your committee. This committee is dealing with crypto right now. And if you say you want to go after Act Blue because they accept contributions on gift cards, but you don't want to touch crypto, which is the giant highway of corruption, then it's pretty apparent that you want to leave this giant highway available to those
Reclaiming my time.
pro-crypto candidates
Reclaim,
who will accept crypto
Gentlemen,
contributions.
Mr. Lucas is reclaiming his time.
reclaim my time. I very much appreciate the discussion and debate here. Typically, you think of discussion and debate in committees as moving opinions, changing the course of the construction of the direction of the bill. I don't see that happening in this debate. And therefore,
Would you yield me?
I yield to the chairman enthusiastically.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Lucas yielding. I think this has been an interesting debate, but I also think it goes way beyond the scope or authority, parliamentary authority of this committee. We're really debating the method of campaign contributions, which in my judgment is not jurisdictionally related to the committee. We didn't rule it that way, but I think we're off in another committee's jurisdiction. I recommend a no vote. I yield back to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Lucas yields back, who seeks recognition. The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Sherman for offering this amendment. This important amendment will ensure that certain crypto practices do not allow people to evade campaign finance laws. We insist on identification of individual donors to ensure that donors are eligible to contribute to federal campaigns. For example, they cannot be foreign citizens, but really Trump doesn't care about that, and they cannot donate on behalf of other individuals. The data on the individual contributors is filed with the Federal Elections Commission. We do this to instill fairness and transparency in the elections process. Attributes unique to digital asset activities, however, could undercut our campaign finance laws. For example, unhosted wallets, which are essentially accounts hosted by the owner without third-party interaction, could be a concern, especially where foreign donors are concerned. Whether it is a Russian oligarch trying to sway a U.S. election, or a foreign CEO, perhaps a Chinese national who can't otherwise contribute to federal campaigns, there could be a concern about possible unlimited dark money donations through these routes. We know that the 2024 National Money Laundering Risk Assessment found that illicit actors commonly use anonymity, enhancing technologies, including mixing, to conceal the movement or origin of their digital assets. This could lead to evasion of campaign finance laws as easily as it applies to the evasion of economic and trade sanctions. Mr. Sherman's amendment would help prevent this. As I sat here in this committee, talking about all of these important issues that we're confronted with, and we are talking about whether or not we have transparency in cryptocurrency, and whether or not we're going to have ignore campaign finance laws. Based on everything that we have learned about this president, he likes the idea of being able to get contributions without having to disclose them, without having anybody to know exactly where they came from. This president is very brazen in the way that he has just dismissed, the way our democracy works, the way the laws that have evolved over the years have worked in order to have transparency and to have a country that cares about whether or not we are absolutely controlled by any foreign interest. You know, when you hear and understand that the president, just through his cryptocurrency, has received $2.9 billion in campaign contributions from Abu Dhabi to go into Binance, then you know what he's after. You know, the more I think about it, you know, Elon Musk gave him almost $300 billion. I think it was 2.9. And so that was very effective in helping him to win, particularly when we look at Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. And so when we understand that, he doesn't need Elon Musk anymore because he's got cryptocurrency now. He will be able to get billions upon billions of dollars from foreign interests. This is a president who is so brazen that he has the audacity to accept from a foreign interest cater a $400 million, is it $1 million? Airplane, and then use it as Air Force One from a foreign country. Have you no pride? Have you no shame? How could you be so brazen? So when we talk about the fact that we want to protect, you know, campaign contributions, he's demonstrated, he don't care about any of this. He loves the money. He's gotten rid of Elon now, and so all of his money, he'll take it from anywhere, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, you name it, he's going to where the big money is that won't be traced. And so I support this.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Even though it's not going to do what we needed to do.
Gentlewoman
I
yields
support
back.
it. Thank you.
Who seeks recognition? Is there any further debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Sherman?
I've got an amendment at the desk, Sherman
No, well, Mr.
052.
Sherman, are you asking for a recorded vote?
Oh, yes, I'm asking for
I
a
thought you
recorded
might
vote.
be.
Yes.
Mr. Sherman has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to our next amendment. Mr. Sherman?
That would be Sherman 052, dealing with
We'll
unhosted
pause for
dwellings.
Sherman 52 to be distributed. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherman 52.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is now recognized to discuss his amendment for 5 minutes.
First, I'll use my time to thank the chairman for reminding me to request a recorded vote. And second, I'll respond to Mr. Stile on that last amendment. If his bill goes through, but my amendment does not, then the only candidates that will be able to accept illegal contributions will be those who are pro-crypto enough to accept pro-crypto contributions. Right now, we have a system where, unfortunately, perhaps, gift cards and mismatching on credit cards would allow people to get contributions outside the limits. If his bill is successful, but this amendment fails, all the pro-crypto candidates will be able to take he'll plug the loophole he wants to plug, and this one will be wide open, but only to people who are pro-crypto.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will not, because I've got to go on to this amendment. This amendment deals with know your customer and anti-money laundering. The advantage of crypto over the dollar, in the view of its own proponents, is that it is what it says it is. Cryptocurrency means hidden money. So they say they want clear rules. Well, fine, have the same rules that the US dollar focuses on. You want to do major dollar transactions, and you know, I guess you could do a few in cash, but that's pretty small. You want to do major transactions, you want to do online, you would deal with know your customer, anti-money laundering. Now, the proponents of crypto say everything is open, but what's available on the page is that there's a certain numbered account with a certain amount of money, but you don't know who owns the account. That's why this requires that all wallets must comply with the Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering. Why do we need that? Because self-hosted wallets represent a major threat to our ability to prevent terrorism financing. Because chain analysis estimated in 2024 illicit activities represented $40.9 billion in the value transacted on crypto blockchains. We see the illicit activity, but we don't know who the scammers and who the sanctioned entities are. We know that between 2020 and 2023, crypto wallets connected to Hamas, that's Hamas, received $41 million. Some of that's from the United States, but we don't know from which individuals in the United States because it's in crypto and unhosted wallets. And of course, Hamas murdered 1,200 people on October 7th. We see Chinese crime organizations are using crypto, and that they have received over $37.8 million worth of assets for 2018 in exchange for shipping fentanyl. Troublingly, Wired and Chain Analysis found that due to using sophisticated unhosted wallets and mixers, vendors of child sex abuse materials in 2023 persisted online and evaded law enforcement for much longer than they were able to do previously. So, this is a chance to be against the child porn providers, Chinese fentanyl shippers, Hamas, and I might add, those who would use crypto to evade our tax laws, our money laundering laws, and our other financial laws. The idea that we would establish a know your customer system for those who do business in dollars and a system of total concealment as to who is doing what for those who choose to use a rival currency is a way to give that rival currency an unfair advantage, and it's a way to build a payment system designed for criminals. So vote for this amendment, and let's make sure that this carefully constructed Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering system that we developed over the prior decades applies to cryptocurrency as well. Otherwise, again, we give cryptocurrency an unfair advantage over the dollar, and we acknowledge that cryptocurrency's big advantage over the dollar is that it meets the needs of those committing financial crime, whether it be the Hamas, whether it be the child pornography, whether it be the Chinese fentanyl, whether it be tax evasion, whether it be avoiding human trafficking laws or sanctions laws. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from, I'm sorry, does Mr. Stahl insist on his point of order?
I do not. I do not.
Gentleman from Wisconsin withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Ohio,
Moves to strike the last word.
our subcommittee chair of our National Security Subcommittee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe Mr. Sherman has made an effort to see how many logical fallacies he can fit into 5 minutes. And I mean, he's made a pretty good effort at it. There's a very large number of logical fallacies in there. But we shouldn't follow his twisted logic. We should look at the facts here. We do have a very good bill in the Market Structure Clarity Act that provides clear know your customer provisions for regulated entities. If you want to be a custodian on behalf of other people and you're trusting your assets to another entity, sort of like you trust your assets to an investment management account at Fidelity, or your cash to a custodian at a bank, or your commodities to a broker, by all means, you have provisions for those regulated entities where they are regulated. But the idea that every individual who has personal property is going to somehow register to get permission from the government to have their own personal property is Orwellian. Police states around the world dreamt of having this kind of surveillance capability. And that's exactly the future that Mr. Sherman seems to hope for. And he's got plenty of company. I mean, people around the world are working on this idea of a centrally managed currency, a central bank digital currency, and a digital ID, and then everything that you do with your own money is therefore permissioned. You have to go through an intermediary. It flips on its head what our founders recognized in the Declaration, that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We've looked at those phrases to enshrine a protection of personal property. And it's very fundamental when you own an asset, whether it's digital or a real world asset, it is your property. And the ability to transact isn't given to us by a government. The ability to transact is a natural right. We inherently would transact with one another, and then governments were created in case someone committed fraud or something like that. But Mr. Sherman's dystopian future says that the government can decide who's allowed to transact, under what terms and conditions they're allowed to transact, and a benevolent government will just oversee all this. Yet, we spent part of the day worrying about Elon Musk, and certainly part of the year worried about Elon Musk and people that were working as employees of the federal government being able to access data that the government already collects, like your tax data. I mean, I honestly object to the IRS, first and foremost, not because of the revenue they collect, but because the government shouldn't get that much information on citizens without a warrant or subpoena. I hate the tax code. But they're not objecting to that. They're just objecting to Elon Musk and anybody that came to work for the government because Elon Musk inspired them to serve our country with Doge, having access to that data. Can you imagine how upset they would be if you create this dystopian future where every single transaction that a person can make is now monitored and surveilled by the government? It can be programmable money and conditioned. We don't need that future. We need to protect self-custody, and we don't need to regulate individuals as if they're financial institutions or money service businesses. I think the other important thing here, Mr. Chairman, is when you look at self-custody and you talk about self-hosted wallets. I think Mr. Sherman has in mind a certain kind of self-custody, but the reality is in most accounts you either have an encrypted phrase or a seed phrase today. You don't have to have anything. If you can remember 12 or 24 words and trust your memory to it, you don't even have to write it on a piece of paper. How are you going to cancel that? I mean, the reality is you can't. You're looking at trying to criminalize conduct that people are going to engage in, and that's why they fear it, is it's something that they can't control. That's the whole crux of this. If you can't stop crypto, and I think they've broadly conceded they can't stop it, they want to keep it as an account-based system so that they can control somebody else who controls your assets. They don't want you to have your own property and your own ability to transact. And the reality here is we know where things are headed. Decentralized finance counts on the decentralized part. Without self-custody, it kills the market, and that's exactly what Mr. Sherman's amendment would try to do. We need to strongly oppose it. I encourage all my colleagues to reject it and vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you very much. Just quickly before I yield to Mr. Sherman, the founders of this country instituted debtors' prisons. They were quite harsh, and you know, that was a failure to pay a debt was considered a moral breach, and they imprisoned thousands and thousands of people in this country. You know, the founders of the founders of this country and the drafters of the Constitution believed in you know, corporal punishment and brutal conditions for those who failed to pay their debts. It was individual states who stepped up and eventually, state by state, prohibited debtors' prisons, you know, that were instituted by the framers of the Constitution and the founders of this country. With that, I'll yield the balance for whatever time he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman says that the real market for this requires that it be kept secret if that's what the person wants. Exactly. It's cryptocurrency. It's hidden money. Now, for most people today, cryptocurrency, almost everybody today, cryptocurrency is just something you bet on. It's not a currency. I don't think anybody in this room has bought a sandwich with a Bitcoin this week. Now, the gentleman says that I'm talking about a dystopian future. Wait a minute. In 1999, there was no cryptocurrency. Every single bit of currency you had was US dollars and was subject to the Know Your Customer anti-money laundering laws. Was 1999 Orwellian dystopia? I don't think so. But you know what is also not well? Today, virtually everybody in this room, every transaction you had was in US dollars. Maybe you bet on cryptocurrency, but everything you bought and every payment you received, and oh, by the way, your salary from Congress, all was US dollars, all in a system, Know Your Customer, anti-money laundering. So we were told that we live in a dystopian present, that 1999 was even slightly more dystopian than current. This is absurd. It is not dystopian to say that we should have the Know Your Customer anti-money laundering laws. We lived under those laws virtually all of our entire lives. Now, the gentleman says that the effect of my amendment will be to criminalize things that people may want to do. That's right. Tax fraud should be kept criminal. Donations to Hamas should be kept criminal. Payments for child porn should be kept criminal. Criminalizing things that people will do is the purpose of criminal law. You don't have to outlaw something that no one would ever do. So the question really before us here is, are we going to be in a system where no law dealing with finance or taxation or terrorist financing or sanctions evasion financing is going to be effectively criminalized? Not are we going back to an Orwellian past when we had US dollars and we had a Know Your Customer law and there were no unhosted wallets except for a piece of leather in your pocket which had a very limited capacity. That's the present. That is not dystopian, and it was even more the present 10 years ago when there was no crypto, or 15 years ago when there was no crypto. Yes, indeed, things that people want to do should be criminal if it involves tax fraud, Hamas, child porn, etc. Let's not make his proposal is to say that obeying our financial laws should be optional. Do it with a regulated aid entity if you want to obey the law, or just do it self-hosted if you don't want to obey the law. Crime in the streets is terrible. Crime in the suites involves a lot more money and is also terrible. So let us we've grown up in this country with Know Your Customer, anti-money laundering that is not dystopian, and there's no reason to blow it up in the name of making the crypto bros a lot of money by providing a new system of currency and a new payment system designed for those who, in the words of the gentleman, shouldn't be criminalized for doing things that people want to do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Yeah, Mr. Lynch yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mrs. Waters.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You may strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. First of all, I want to commend Mr. Sherman, not only for this amendment, but for the tremendous work and time that he's put in trying to make sure that we didn't end up with cryptocurrency without any guardrails. And this is where everything that we have seen today seems to be taking us to no guardrails, that it is, a possibility that the president in his ownership of crypto can do whatever he wants to do. The independent agencies are no longer independent. They've got to come to him for any proposed rules that he can review before they adopt anything, on and on and on. There are those who could make the argument that the bill already exempts decentralized finance entities from SEC and CFTC oversight, et cetera, et cetera. It's not enough. The provision that was added that would further exclude blockchain developers and service providers from any federal or state law and regulation, registration, and oversight is absolutely furthering the cause of the industry not being regulated and being able to do whatever they want to do. From my perspective, Representative Sherman's amendment is an appropriate response to such a brazen effort. For that reason, I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, who seeks recognition. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, thank you for bringing this important piece of legislation before us. As we move forward into this space, it's imperative that we have a framework and that people know what they're getting into. With that, I'd like to yield some time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and just for the benefit of all of our colleagues in here, I thought I'd illustrate what a logical fallacy is. The bill doesn't make tax evasion, if I could engage with Mr. Stiles in colloquy, does this bill make tax evasion illegal?
It's already illegal.
It does. Does it make, trafficking, human trafficking, does it make it not illegal? It makes it permission to do it?
It would remain illegal.
It would still remain illegal. How about money laundering? Does this bill make money laundering, stop criminalizing money laundering?
It would remain illegal, and it should be noted that the SEC and CFTC regulations are in place, as well as the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering requirements.
Funding Hamas, terror groups, other named terrorist, violating sanctions, all those kinds of things. It doesn't undo any of that, does it?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So just because somebody could maintain ownership of private property, I think Mr. Sherman's contending, well, of course, then they would just engage in every criminal activity they want. That's really his dim view of humanity, is that left to their own, humans would break the law. And the only way to keep us safe from these evildoers is to make sure that they can't do what people did for all time. They had cash. There was no third party to check on their transactions. If you wanted to catch somebody for funding a crime, you had to catch them funding a crime. So, you didn't get us come in and say, well, before you hand over your cash, let's come in here and you can transact in front of the government. I mean, that's the kind of system that Mr. Sherman's advocating for here, and we should reject it. We still haven't completely made cash illegal, and if anything, we should be growing the denomination of our bills to keep up with the massive inflation. Instead, they took large bills out of circulation and have shrunk cash. And it's interesting that a lot of countries around the world protect the ability to transact in cash. Perhaps we should do the same. And certain permissionless transactions should be left between the individual. That doesn't mean anything that you do with your money wouldn't be subject to all the other laws that you have to follow in our country, and there are many of them. So this bill doesn't undo any of those laws. So I think, Mr. Stiles, for clarifying that, and hopefully we've identified at least a couple of the logical fallacies there. I yield to Mr. Ogles.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Or unless you need the time.
Gentlemen,
Yield the
Mr.
mayor my
Ogles
time.
yields to Mr. Stahl.
Thank you. Let me just try to put a bow on this. Transactions conducted via the blockchain networks are recorded on a public ledger. So let's start there. So this includes technical information like the transaction hash, the sender's wallet address, and the recipient's wallet address. In many respects, this provides greater transparency than what exists with traditional cash transactions, which we've talked about. So because digital assets reside in a blockchain, law enforcement can trace transactions and link specific tokens to individual wallets. Has this been done? Yes. The Colonial Pipeline ransomware case is actually a clear example of this capability in action. Under this bill, intermediaries remain subject to SEC and CFTC regulations, as well as Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering requirements. That's really important to keep in mind because from the amendment and from some of the dialogue, you might think that's not the case. I'm going to repeat it because it seems like we're coming back to it all the time. Under this bill, intermediaries remain subject to SEC and CFTC regulations, as well as Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering requirements. The amendment fails to reflect the fundamental characteristics of blockchain technology. It ignores the current methods law enforcement uses to monitor and respond to illicit activity on public blockchains. Therefore, I would recommend a no vote. I'll yield back.
Mr. Ogles yields back to the chair, who seeks recognition. Dr. Foster, recognized to strike the last word.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a couple quick points. Trump's Secretary, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, in 2020 proposed KYC wallets. Okay, this is not a new idea, and it does not have to be technologically intrusive at all. You can simply, when you want to spin up a wallet, you go and get the wallet KYC'd. If you have a bank account, a bank that's already KYC'd you just say, here's my new wallet associated with that. This thing is something that can happen under the, under the hood, and it will be not intrusive on any of the players. Just want to make that fundamental point. It's not, this is not a new idea. It's not difficult to implement, and it will be transformative to our ability to prevent illicit activity. That's all I wanted to say.
Will the gentleman yield?
We'll yield back.
Gentleman yields to
I'll
Mr. Sherman.
I'll yield to
Mr. Sherman, yes.
Thank you. Sure.
Seems to be a terrible dispute here. We've got Mr. Davidson saying that crypto will liberate us from the government knowing anything and will be as good as if we printed up $10,000 bills or $50,000 bills and you could go in person and do your transactions with scarcely a record. And then Mr. Stiles says, no, this is going to be more intrusive and the government's going to be able to enforce its laws better. I'm Mr. Davidson on this. I hate to take sides between my two friends. Mr. Davidson is absolutely right. Under this bill, tax fraud remains illegal. Fentanyl finance remains illegal. Hamas financing remains illegal. It just becomes absolutely impossible to enforce the laws. That's like saying we shouldn't have police because good people wouldn't steal things from stores and wouldn't burglarize houses. We have police because not everybody is unwilling to commit crime. And that applies to crime in the streets, and it also applies to crime in the streets, in the suites. So, yes, this bill does not legalize fentanyl finance or tax fraud, but it makes it it provides a superhighway to those who want to violate those laws. I speak as the former head of the second largest tax agency in this country. If this bill goes forward without this amendment, then the income tax becomes just a tax on wages because so many of our business transactions will never be known to the IRS. I know that every time a billionaire cheats on their taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. But I, for one, don't want to make it easier for criminals, whether they're burglarizing houses or whether they're financing fentanyl, whether they're engaged in tax fraud, or whether they're avoiding our sanctions and evading our sanctions laws. And I have not claimed that this bill legalizes anything that's illegal. It just makes it impossible to enforce. So with that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Illinois.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just close with one point. The problem is not that we won't have regulated exchanges. The problem is it will turn those regulated exchanges into very convenient on and off ramps for the unregulated, dark side of the crypto industry. And I think we all understand that. We just talk past each other. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We'll now move.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from California requests a recorded vote. Recorded votes requested. Those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll move to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Sherman?
Amendment 054.
Mr. Clerk, look for Sherman 54. We'll pause while it's distributed. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order.
Be short, the next one will be long. Okay, good.
I don't have wings yet, so I'm doing something wrong.
You'll get there. How long have you?
I haven't gotten in the right line. I don't know what's going on here.
Okay. No, but I think police.
Mr. Stahl, have you reserved a point of order on this one? You did. He has reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherman 54.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is now recognized to describe his amendment. You have 5 minutes.
One last comment on the last amendment. I don't believe that our police should be blinded in order to enforce the laws that can be violated on the streets. And I don't believe that our financial law enforcement agencies should be blinded either, because I think laws should be enforced. This amendment 054 is the least significant of my amendments, and I will speak just briefly. I've illustrated how this bill makes it impossible to enforce the income tax except with regard to wages, where it's always reported on the W-2 form. There is one tax that I don't like that the Republicans are trying to impose in their one beautiful bill, and that is a tax on remittances. So I've got the poorest people in my district struggling and then sending a bit back to their mothers in Guatemala, to their children in Mexico, and this bill would impose a 3.5% tax on those remittances. I'm opposed to that tax. But we have, when it comes to remittances, we say the Crypto Council for Innovation states remittances can be the lifeline for millions of families worldwide, and then describes how crypto is the answer and will make those remittances more effective. Well, guess what? You're never going to be able to collect your 3.5% tax on remittances if they're made in crypto. So this amendment would delay the effectiveness of this bill until the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service can certify that this bill will not make it impossible to collect this tax should it be adopted. And I guess one advantage of crypto is this tax, which is truly a mean-spirited tax, will not be collected in the future if this bill passes without my amendment. So I offer this amendment to illustrate that this bill will not only prevent collection of the taxes that I like to see collected, it'll even prevent the collection of the taxes that I don't want to see collected, though, of course, I'm in favor of full compliance with laws and disagree with any human being in the United States who wouldn't be who wouldn't live under our laws. With that, I'll yield to anybody who wants me to yield, and seeing no, and I'll yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much. I have a question to ask. This is an important issue. We have so many areas in this country where remittances are absolutely necessary for families that are living in areas where they have no opportunity to have access to funds and jobs and support in their countries, their governments, et cetera, et cetera. What I would like to ask you to explain a little bit further, are you suggesting that on top of the extraordinary costs that we encounter now in the sending of these remittances, that it is being suggested there would be an additional tax on the top of that?
The so-called big, beautiful, ugly bill does impose a 3.5% tax on remittances. That is on top of the cost of sending the remittance, which averages 6.2%, or if people use crypto, they've got to earn dollars in our districts, convert it to crypto at a cost, send it to their relatives abroad. That person then has to convert it. So this is a 3.5% tax on top of what under the current system is another 6.2% tax cost of sending the money, and under crypto would also be a 6, 8, 10% charge as well. So the poorest people in the country doing what we should all applaud them for, supporting their mothers, supporting their children, will face an additional 3.5% tax. And this bill, I guess the one good thing about this bill is that although there'll be conversion charges front and back, at least you'll be able to evade a tax. Of course, I don't support any tax evasion.
Reclaiming my time, I
And I
support
yield back.
Mr. Sherman's amendment. I think it makes a lot of sense. And of course, been concerned about the cost of remittances, and we don't want to exacerbate that in any way with any extra taxes that would be attached to the cost of already transmitting these.
Mr. Chairman's time has expired.
Yield back.
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
The amendment's not terribly germane, but I don't need to insist on the point of order. I'm happy to vote on the merits.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order, and the chair concurs that it's not a germane amendment. We are proceeding. Does anybody seek recognition? Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have an amendment at the desk, but it's,
We're still on Mr. Sherman's
oh,
amendment.
no, then I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Who seeks recognition? Recognizing myself for 5 minutes. The amendment requests the Secretary to certify that digital assets cannot be used to circumvent a law that hasn't even been enacted yet. Circumventing tax laws is wrong, and we should continue to seek to close the tax gap between what is owed and what is collected. But this amendment, in my view, is unserious. It asks the Secretary of Treasury to prove a negative that no digital asset can be used to avoid compliance. This bill has not even, as I say, been enacted yet. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Is there further debate? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from California. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We are now ready for the next amendment. Ms. Tlaib, you want to be recognized?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Is that,
Are you in a special rush or something? Okay, then I've got another. My last amendment.
This is just a moment of a personal heartbreak for me. The clerk, Mr. Sherman from California, has an amendment to the desk. We'll pause while it's distributed. Yeah. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, has reserved a point of order.
Reserve point of order.
Yes, 55.
Mr. Clerk, you have Amendment 55, Mr. Sherman? Yep. Mr. Ogles has reserved a point of order, and the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherman 55.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is recognized on his amendment. You have 5 minutes.
If you were accepting any amendments, you might accept this one. It's consistent, I believe, with the intention of the bill, unless the bill has nefarious intentions not previously disclosed. There have been a lot of arguments as to whether crypto is a security, is not a security. What we all agree on is that stocks and bonds are securities. And in the future, these stocks and bonds may be tokenized, put on a blockchain, or otherwise use technology that hasn't been used for stocks and bonds until now. I don't think it's the intention of the authors of this bill to say that the SEC will be deprived of jurisdiction over the trading of stocks and bonds simply because new technology is used to account for or transfer stocks and bonds. So regardless of where you stand on crypto, if you think the system we have now, where once you reach a certain size in terms of the number of shareholders you have to register your security with the SEC. The SEC makes sure that you have information for stockholders. This has led to the most successful capital markets in the history of the world by far, comprising over $115 trillion. I don't think it might be the purpose of a few supporters of this bill to completely take the SEC out of regulating stocks and bonds simply because they can be put on the blockchain or tokenized or in some other way be classified as a digital asset under the terms of this bill. So if it's not your purpose to, in addition to opening the floodgates on cryptocurrency, to completely eliminate our securities laws with regard to stocks and bonds, I hope you will accept this amendment. Otherwise, we are stuck with a definition in the bill that says any digital representation of value which is recorded on a cryptographically secured distribution ledger is subject to this bill and is not subject to our securities regulation system, a system that has served this country quite well since the 1930s. Looking around to see if anybody wants me to yield time to them. Continuing to look, and I yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, we've had this, I thank the gentleman for yielding. We've had this debate before when when the previous chairman, Mr. McHenry. That's pretty bad, right? When you're gone, you're gone. When thank you. Probably come back as a lobbyist or something. But good man. But we shared this concern that, okay, we've got the deepest markets in securities. We are the world's envy in terms of what we do on Wall Street with securities. We have great customer protections. We have great investor protections. We attract capital investment from around the world because of the integrity of our securities laws, and they have been well tested. Most of the the laws around securities have been passed by Congress at the request of securities firms in a way of strengthening those markets. And so now what we've done is we've created this weak regulatory regime for crypto. And all an enterprising securities firm will have to do is just simply tokenize their securities and move over to this weak, inefficient, abuse-prone, no investor protection system that we're creating here in the market structure bill for crypto, and that all of that business will migrate to a lightly or weakly regulated system. And that's the issue that the gentleman from California has identified in this amendment. And I think he's got a good solution. It's simple, straightforward, and eventually we're going to have a longer conversation about how to prevent this. But I certainly think the gentleman's amendment is more than adequate in addressing this problem, at least in the short term. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields
I yield
back
back
to
to the
Mr.
gentleman.
Sherman, who yields back to the chair. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Ogles, would you withdraw your point of order?
Withdraw. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ogles, you're recognized.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield time to you, sir.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding, and I want to thank, again, Mr. Sherman for another amendment, this one on target rather than a couple of near misses. In my view, this amendment is unnecessary as it's precisely in the bill on page 23 of the Financial Services Amendment in the nature of a substitute. The definition of a security under the securities laws already covers a stock and bond, and the definition of a digital commodity clearly excludes securities from the definition. And so I believe your amendment's unnecessary. It's already included in the bill. And happy to, talk further, but if you want to look at page 23, but that's my view. And I'll be happy to yield to you or let somebody point that out. The actual language is any security other than a note, investment contract, or certificate of interest or participation in any profit-sharing agreement. That's the definition of a security. And then which includes stocks and bonds, and then a digital commodity specifically excludes and clearly excludes securities from the definition.
May have drafted this amendment before I saw.
That's well, that's 100% possible. It is.
In nature and a substitute.
Would the gentleman like to withdraw his amendment?
I will withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for the time, and I yield back to him.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back to the chair. Thank you very much. Is there further amendment?
Sorry.
We now recognize the gentlewoman, and she has an amendment at the desk. Let's pause for its distribution.
053, please.
And do you have the number? What's your number, please, ma'am?
053.
053.
Amendment at the desk, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Gentleman from Tennessee.
like to reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order.
Thank you.
The clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Ms. Talib of Michigan, designated as Talib 53.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about conflict of interest that we already know has occurred or will reoccur in the future unless we prevent them. We already have seen many, many conflicts of interest that can arise when crypto exchanges are allowed to affiliate with private funds. Before imploding, we all know that FTX, Alameda Research were rife with conflict of interest, to name just a few. I believe FTX lent their customers' assets to Alameda Research, and FTX delayed its margin calls for Alameda and likely charged it a lower trading fees. And so, Mr. Chairman, again, we can see right here that they profited from that conflict of interest, and of course, when the customers are the ones who lost money there. The conflict of interest here, what we're trying to prevent, is between private funds and exchanges that exchanges have not gone away. Of course, we know this, but that's what we're trying to prevent here. I want to look at Coinbase and its capital arm, Coinbase Ventures funds, crypto startups, who can issue and trade assets on the Coinbase exchange. This means the exchange is incentivized to increase demands for startups funded by Coinbase Ventures. And so Coinbase Ventures is incentivized to fund more and more projects that can be traded on the exchange, so it makes the transaction fees. So the most basic transparency has already proved challenging. So Coinbase has already listed at least 8 crypto tokens on its exchange without disclosing that it had financial interest in such products through its investment arm. So these are not isolated cases, Mr. Chair, and such conflicts of interest will happen again, but we can prevent it with this amendment. This prevents digital assets from being traded on any exchange or platform that controls or is controlled by a private fund. We don't have to repeat this mistake, of course, of the past, and we can and must establish better investment protections. These are blatant conflict of interest. That's all we're trying to prevent here. So I really ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to the ranking member Waters.
Gentlewoman is yielded to you.
Thank you very much. I commend my colleague, Ms. Talib, for offering this amendment, which would prevent digital assets from being traded on any exchange or similar platform controlled by a private fund, such as a hedge fund. As Ms. Talib so aptly noted, there have been several examples of conflicts of interest between hedge funds and crypto exchanges in the past few years, most notably with FTX's exchange and its affiliated hedge fund, Alameda Research. In that case, as you may recall, Sam Bankman-Fried used his customers' crypto on the FTX exchange as his own personal piggy bank to make risky bets at Alameda. FTX users ended up losing $8 billion. This amendment prevents future bad actors from trying to fleece exchange users in the same way again. In addition to conflicts, hedge funds, if allowed to own crypto exchanges, could gain privileged access to fund data and therefore a distinct advantage over other market participants. Today, hedge funds cannot control exchanges and certainly can't get privileged access to an exchange. But nothing in this bill would prohibit a hedge fund from getting such access if it owns a crypto exchange. Moreover, the hedge fund would also have access to the volume and direction of trades on an exchange and be able to use that information to trade ahead of other investors. So I applaud Ms. Talib for offering this amendment, which attempts to close what is very, very clearly a huge conflict of interest and loophole. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield the
Gentlewoman yields back to Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib yields back to the chair. Does the gentleman from Tennessee insist on your point of order? Gentleman from Tennessee withdraws the point of order. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Stile, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The underlying amendment here is unnecessary. Why? The Clarity Act already covers trading platforms at their appropriate market regulator. The CFTC already oversees entities for conflict of interest. These entities have obligations under the law and have to fulfill them. For example, they have the obligation to protect consumers and to make sure that the facilities and services they offer are provided in a fair and open manner. The SEC, the Commission's rulemaking would apply to relevant platforms, including rules prohibiting fraud and manipulation and any unfair discrimination against market participants. Because this amendment's unnecessary, I'd recommend a vote against it. I may suggest, based on the concerns as raised in the amendment, those that share these concerns actually may find reasons to vote for the underlying text of the Clarity Act, which actually puts in place a regulatory framework that is clear, that operates, and would actually, I think, address some of the concerns raised by the gentlewoman who brought forward this amendment. So I'd recommend a no vote on the amendment, but a yes vote on the underlying bill, the Clarity Act. I yield back.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, there's question occurs on the Tlaib amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion, sure, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Is there further debate on the are there further amendments?
All right.
Further amendments?
Yep, and it's, I have an amendment at the desk labeled T09.
Ms. Tlaib has an amendment at the desk labeled T09. Is that T09? Do we have that? We'll pause while we find that amendment.
Oh, can I request a recorded vote, or is it too late?
It's too late.
Really? You let me?
Mr. Stiles reserves a point of order. Understand. I'm sorry about that. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, designated as H.R. 3633 T09.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read, and the gentlewoman from Michigan is now recognized to discuss her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would prohibit any digital asset issued by a company owned, affiliated, or controlled by the President of the United States or their family members from being required to be used in transactions with the government. Now, if you have to pretend the current president is not the president to understand, we don't want to set a dangerous precedent, because again, if it's a different president that maybe you don't like, again, we don't want to have this as in place to allow to happen. Again, on January 17th, we already know in 2025, 3 days before the president, the current president was inaugurated, he launched his own meme coin. Then in March, World Liberty Financial launched its own stablecoin, conveniently named USD1. USD1 was launched a week before we marked up stablecoin legislation. President Trump has already increased his net worth by $2.9 billion through corrupt crypto schemes. Companies are flat out saying that they are purchasing digital assets associated with the president to buy influence and access. I'm not saying this. They're saying this publicly. It's bad enough that shady business owners, corporations, or foreign actors can pour millions of dollars into ventures financially benefiting the president. Now Doge has floated around offering HUD grants on blockchain. RFK said he wants to put the government on blockchain, as has Elon Musk. Many are worried, again, the President Trump's executive order on so-called modernizing the payment system could open the door to paying taxes in stablecoins like President's USD1. Now, if my Republican colleagues, and I'm saying this sincerely, are tired of hearing us point this out, then you should do something to address the problem. President Trump could require the Americans pay their taxes with his stable coin. It's not that far-fetched. It could be easily done. He could require that housing grants are dispersed through his stable coin. Americans are already struggling to make their mortgage payments. They're struggling to pay for groceries. Requiring them to make payments in currency they don't even use will not help working class Americans. It will hurt them. Again, officials in Trump's administration want to, quote, this is them saying this, put the government on blockchain, end of quote. They've said this. This is a bad idea, and it would allow the president to continue to profit off of the presidency. We as House Financial Services Committee must be clear that this is absolutely unacceptable. And Mr. Chair, again, if it requires us to understand we cannot set a dangerous precedent here, pretend he is not the president currently, and maybe you can understand that we don't want current or future presidents to be able to do this. And so again, I hope my colleagues will please have the courage to stand with us to make sure that we have this protection for the American people. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Waters.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Tlaib, for offering this necessary amendment, which would restrict any crypto issued by a company owned, affiliated, or controlled by the president or their family members from being required to be used to conduct transactions with the government. We have already seen very concerning reports that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is looking into stablecoins for their grants. Some experts have cautioned that Trump executive orders would direct or could direct stablecoins, possibly even Trump's stablecoin, to be used for paying taxes and receiving Social Security payments. If you're just tuning in, the President of the United States now has his own stablecoin through his World Liberty Financial Project. And when people or countries like Abu Dhabi purchase his stablecoin, he makes money on the interest. It's not hard to see where this is headed. The entire country may be required to use Trump's coin, which will mean every one of us will be helping line the pockets of the president. My constituents don't want their hard-earned dollars going into Trump's pockets, and neither should you. So we must pass this amendment in order to stop this from becoming a reality. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
And thank you so much, Ranking Member. And Mr. Chair, where in the bill does it even prevent conflict of interest? Like anywhere in the provision that would prevent or at least require some sort of study of potential conflict of interest that might arise? Again, he's made $2.9 billion alone already. And I'm just, like, where in the bill does it even address conflict of interest?
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin?
I do not. I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman from Wisconsin withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Strike the last word.
Yeah, the gentleman's recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, we have yet another amendment that is unnecessary. It's starting to feel like the Model UN in here. It's like we need an amendment to make sure you're allowed to breathe air. Oh no, the bill doesn't say you're allowed to breathe air. You can breathe air. And so as we're looking at the amendment, let's just kind of dive in to why it's unnecessary. There's nothing in the underlying Clarity Act to suggest that without this language, the government would require the use of a digital asset to enter into any transaction with the government. In addition, the laws of the committee is considering for both payment stablecoin and digital commodities that would provide broadly and universally applicable rules to any issuer regardless of who they are. The best way to ensure Americans have diverse financial and payment options available is to support stablecoin legislation and digital asset market structure legislation. The underlying amendments unnecessary. I recommend a no vote. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts.
Thank you very much.
Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I happily and enthusiastically support the gentlelady from Michigan's amendment here. We know what's going on at the White House, right? All of us. It's not a secret. The president has just been blatantly just outrageous in his money-making ventures, you know, monetizing his office. You know, he used to call crypto a scam. It was a big scam. So what does that make him now? You know, he's, you know, he announced, you know, a crypto reserve, Bitcoin reserve, I guess. He's doing everything he can to push up the value of his crypto holdings. He's limited the oversight that the Department of Justice used to have over crypto. They're gone now. He disbanded that. So he's clearing the decks here to allow himself to make as much money as humanly possible while he's in office. He's cashing in. He knows this will be his last term. He's just taking every nickel he could possibly get. That's his game here. That's his game. And it breaks my heart that my dear friends on the other side, good people, are allowing this to happen. But I am proud that the gentlelady from Michigan is stepping up. She's not afraid of Donald Trump. She's not afraid. She speaks the truth. She's got a good amendment here that will stop the scam by the president and his family. She's fighting for the American taxpayer here. She's fighting for democracy and the rule of law. And we all should support her amendment. This is the right thing to do. Very plainly stated, and she's doing the right thing. And she should be applauded for her good work. And I certainly intend to vote yes on this, and I would yield additional time to any of my colleagues on this side. Oh, I'll yield to the gentlelady from Michigan. How about that?
No, thank you to my colleague for, I know maybe it's just not gonna work, but I mean, this is a president took a plane from a foreign government. I mean, our residents don't have the ability to do that, to get him to work for them. Like, don't take me like what I'm saying here. I mean, companies are flat out saying very, like publicly, that they are purchasing digital assets associated with the president to buy influence and access. It's very clear. So, I mean, even if we put in there, again, it's not specifically about, but any president, right? That if there's a conflict of interest here, that we are not gonna allow them to do it. And I mean, Mr. Chair, through you, I mean, it's really important to know, these are not folks just, you know, on social media. These are actual Secretary Kennedy has said it publicly, that they want to put government on blockchain. I just feel like it's really important that if there's any bipartisan support, it's saying no matter who it is, if there's conflict of interest, that we you know, that we're going to prevent it, that we're going to protect the American people from it. So I just really urge to my colleagues to really take this seriously. The sitting president of the United States made $2.9 billion as our president. Again, sitting in the Oval Office, running his businesses, running this crypto scheme, and we should not be okay with it. It's like, it's not even hiding it. I don't care if it's the crypto scheme, the airplane for cuts out, I don't care what it is. It is very clear that, you know, there are schemes going on, things that, again, that are really putting the American people at risk. No one should be able, again, to have this amount of, you know, power and so forth without being checked. Again, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, let's just acknowledge that this is an issue and let's put it in the bill. And let's make sure that, again, we're protecting the American people in regards to these conflict of interest.
Thank you, reclaiming my time. So what the gentlelady from Michigan is targeting here is Liberty Financial. So this is a big scam. So it's a partnership scam. So you got Donald Trump, his son Donald, his son Eric, his son Barron. So they're half of the board. They control half. And then Steve Witkoff, get this, he's the special envoy to the Middle East. And his kids, you know, Johnny Witkoff, Harry Witkoff, they're partners too. So, and it gets better. Qatar, which is in the Middle East, where Witkoff is the special envoy to the Middle East for Trump.
Gentleman's time has expired.
No, it's not. I got 22 seconds left.
Go ahead, keep going.
No, you're going up, going the wrong direction.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Yeah, I got 29 now.
so be nicer. We'll be back to you soon.
All right.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'll fill in the
31
blanks later,
seconds
yeah.
ago.
I was at a problem
Who
with it.
seeks recognition?
Math was not my strong
Chair,
suit.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, and I wholeheartedly support the amendment by Ms. Tlaib. I agree with her, 1,000%. You said earlier that this bill was not about any individual, and you're absolutely right. It's not just about any individual. It's about any individual today, tomorrow, and forever, because law is forever until it gets changed again. So when she talks about this, it's, we all know that you know who the individual is because you brought it up. You're the one who said individual, and I'm assuming you were thinking of the felon 47 in the White House. But the reality is, this can happen with any future president, any future first family, any future envoy, and we need to put a stop to it now. And I really am just so disheartened to think that everybody on the other side of the aisle just thinks it's okay, that it's hunky-dory, and it's not. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and I give the remainder of my time to Mr. Lynch so that he can finish his arguments that he was making before his time ran out.
Thank you. So I was trying to draw the connections here, connect the dots between the Trump family and the Witkoff family and the $2 billion contribution. So Zach, it's not Harry, it's Zach Witkoff, is the founder of World Liberty Financial, which is this crypto scam that the Trump family and the Witkoff family are using. And so at this conference in the Middle East, in Qatar, oh no, it might have been UAE in Abu Dhabi, Mr. Witkoff is the one. Young Zach, he's the one that announced, okay, the UAE is going to donate $2 billion, going to buy $2 billion, invest $2 billion in the Trump crypto scam. And his dad is the special envoy to the Middle East. So, talk about transparent. And we're the oversight committee, right? So what are we going to do about it? Exactly. But what the gentlelady from Michigan is doing is what we should be doing, is standing up, fighting for the American taxpayer, fighting for the American investor, fighting for the integrity of our financial system, and holding these people accountable who are absolutely selling off any credibility we have in the world to put a buck in their pocket. They're selling the White House. They're literally, everything's for sale. It's a fire sale. And it's shameful. And it's this committee's responsibility. We're the ones who should be stepping up and doing the right thing here and holding these people accountable. There are laws and there are opportunities for us to show the American people that we have their interests in heart. And I think the gentlelady from Michigan is showing that tonight. She should have more support than just the members on the Democratic side. I'm going to yield back to the gentlelady from Texas, and I thank her very much for her kindness and courtesy in allowing me this time. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I just want to close by just saying that I really don't know what argument we can make to get any support on this amendment from their side of the aisle, because to me, it is just so crystal clear, the corruption, the self-dealing, the conflicts of interest, the dishonesty, the fraud, the cashing in. I mean, this administration is about corruption and cashing in, and then when it comes to immigration, cruelty. It's just baffling to me that some of the members of the other side of the aisle that I have a lot of respect for on so many other issues just don't see this or just refuse to see it. But the public can see it, and it is our responsibility to shine more light on it, and that's why I support Mr. Lieb's amendment wholeheartedly. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? There's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Tlaib.
I request a recorded roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceeding on this amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk, Lynch number 1.
Lynch number 1, we'll wait for it to be distributed. Mr. Stile. A point of order has been reserved. Somebody needs to get it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Will the clerk confirm that this is Lynch 036? It is confirmed. And Mr. Lynch, that's what you have, Lynch 036? Just want to make sure I have the right amendment.
Yes, it is, 306, that's right.
Very good. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the
Without
amendment.
objection, the amendment is go ahead. I'll let you read further.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as Lynch 036.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to begin with, I'm referring to, this is a New York Times report. It's about 17 pages. The title is Secret Deals, Foreign Investments, Presidential Policy Changes, The Rise of Trump's Crypto Firm. And then the subhead says, World Liberty Financial has eviscerated the boundary between private enterprise and government policies in ways without precedent in modern American history, period. And it is by Eric Lipton, David Yaffe-Bellany, and Ben Protest, and I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to go on record to say that, like Ms. Garcia said earlier in this hearing, we don't think that any president of the United States should be issuing, endorsing, or profiting from cryptocurrency while in office. Unfortunately, that's exactly what President Trump is doing. And I am deeply disappointed that congressional Republicans are willing to allow this unprecedented case of blatant corruption. Since my Republican colleagues will not join with Democrats to build strong ethical guardrails that prevent the president from using cryptocurrency to sell the White House to the biggest digital wallet, maybe they would at least consider some transparency for presidents like the current one who profits from crypto corruption. This amendment would require the Inspectors General of the Treasury and the SEC to conduct an annual report on any president's cryptocurrency holdings. The annual reports must include 3 critical pieces of information that will help prevent corruption and provide transparency for the American people. First, the Inspector General reports must expose which foreign interests have invested in a president's cryptocurrency. Next, including identify any quid pro quo or favorable treatment. Next, they must describe in detail the fraud or any financial losses to Americans associated with any presidential cryptocurrency holdings. And lastly, the IGs must show the ways individuals have influenced public decisions by owning or investing in presidential crypto businesses. Again, favorable treatment or security guarantees, whatever that foreign government is getting in return for investing in the president's cryptocurrency. While my Republican colleagues would prefer we bury our heads in the sand and ignore the obvious conflicts of interest between President Trump's crypto ventures and his actions to deregulate the crypto industry, I refuse to sit back and allow this corruption to continue. This Republican bill does nothing to prevent the president from furthering his corrupt enterprise, and if anything, it creates an easier pathway to do that. In recent weeks, actions taken by the president have been so outrageous and blatantly corrupt, it is evident he is no longer worried about concealing his conflict of interests. He knows that the Republicans on the Oversight Committee are afraid to do their jobs. Trump Media and Technology Group, the parent company of Truth Social, closed a $2.4 billion capital raise for a Bitcoin treasury. This move allows Trump Media to position itself as one of the largest Bitcoin holders among publicly traded U.S. companies, directly competing with other corporate Bitcoin treasuries. Additionally, the SEC dismissed its charges against Binance and its founder, CZ. Trump family members have engaged in talks to acquire a stake in Binance US, which is the American arm of Binance. And at a conference in Dubai, World Liberty Financial announced, and this was Zach Witkoff, announced that an Abu Dhabi-based investment firm would make a $2 billion investment in President Trump's crypto exchange, Binance, using Trump's stablecoins and making Trump's stablecoins one of the top 10 stablecoins in the world. A foreign government will be making a massive cash contribution to President Trump's crypto venture, which stands to make the Trump family hundreds of millions of dollars. This president does nothing unless there's a buck in it. He does nothing unless it furthers his own financial interests. And these recent moves will come at the expense of Americans in our financial system and our credibility. Already, 600,000 investors have lost $4 billion after investing in Trump's meme coin. This includes $117 billion in losses after Trump announced the infamous meme coin dinner at his luxury resort. As a legislative body, we should not be abdicating our responsibility to oversee the executive branch. Instead, we should be calling for investigations into President Trump's abuse of the presidency to line his pockets with billions of dollars. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. As a reminder, members are directed to maintain and uphold decorum in this committee. Pursuant to Rule 17, members should not engage in personalities against the president.
I'm going to.
Excuse me, Madam Ranking Member?
I'm going to defy you.
You will not defy the committee, and we will all maintain decorum in this committee, including
Would the gentleman,
all members. No,
just so I can be clear,
it is the chair's time. The chair has reminded
I yield back.
The chair has reminded all members to maintain decorum and maintain the decorum of this committee. I withdraw my own point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. We already have an Office of Government Ethics and Inspectors General across the agencies. If you think ethics laws aren't being enforced strongly enough, that isn't an issue with the digital asset market structure framework. This committee's job is to regulate digital assets with clear rules of the road. Some may wish this committee were the Oversight Committee. It's not. We should stay focused on the task before us. It's not often I quote Minority Leader Jeffries, but let me give it a shot here for a second. Minority Leader Jeffries noted the best path forward is, quote, a bipartisan solution in terms of legislation that is pending in the Congress, end quote. Minority Leader Jeffries actually stated that the minority should address their concerns with the president as a separate problem. Many of my colleagues in this committee voted on market structure legislation last Congress because the status quo is unacceptable. This amendment's unnecessary. The underlying legislation, the Clarity Act, is absolutely essential. I recommend a no vote on the amendment, and again, I will recommend a yes vote on the Clarity Act. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes, ranking member seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Mr. Lynch for offering this amendment. As it stands, the Calamity Act does nothing to limit President Trump's crypto corruption. While congressional Republicans are passing budget bills in the dead of night, cutting Medicaid, food stamps, and Medicare for working class Americans, President Trump is hosting meme coin dinners for foreign investors that pay millions to him to attend. Mr. Lynch's amendment would require that inspectors general at Treasury and the SEC investigate any digital asset holdings of the president, including any foreign interests relating to such holdings. The inspectors general also must investigate any fraud or financial losses relating to those holdings that harm Americans and ways in which individuals may be gaining influence over public decisions by owning or investing in these digital assets. We've been over this many times, Mr. Chairman, but let's go through this again. President Trump launched his meme coin, then a captured SEC conveniently stated it would not regulate meme coins. President Trump launched his stablecoin, then we marked up stablecoin legislation that would allow the president to write the rules that benefit his coin. Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, launched his own Bitcoin mining company days after the SEC announced it would not regulate mining. We need to ensure that our agencies hold bad actors with political influence accountable. And so, I appreciate the work that Mr. Lynch is doing, trying to make sure that it is something in this legislation that would be able to prevent the President of the United States from gaining extraordinary wealth from the ownership of crypto. That's why I don't believe that the President of the United States, the cabinet members, the members of Congress, none of us should be able to own crypto. And so even though we don't seem to be getting through to the opposite side of the aisle, while it is so important for us to support the idea that the President of the United States and the cabinet and members of Congress should not own crypto, it is important that Mr. Lynch is saying, in essence, should he, if we are ignored, if we cannot prevail in what we would like to do, and as prevent the president, his family, the members of his cabinet, the members of Congress, et cetera, from owning crypto, perhaps he can, by some of the work that he's doing, prevent certain actions that the president could take, which amounts to the ownership, except it is described in a different way, in a number of ways, that he would be prevented from doing certain things. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Green is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I strike the last word and yield to Mr. Lynch.
thank the gentleman from Texas. Thank you, Mr. Green. Appreciate your courtesy. I just want to push back. I know the chairman said that nothing to worry about here. We've got inspectors general. We got people that look after this stuff. I just want to remind the chairman that when Donald Trump took office, he came in and fired all 17 inspectors general because he didn't like what they were doing. They were enforcing the law. They were providing oversight. Then, 24 hours later, the president gets sworn in on the 20th. 24 hours later, after President Trump's inauguration, the Department of Justice reassigns, his Department of Justice reassigns the whole senior leadership of the cryptocurrency crimes unit, okay? So he reassigns them all. Then, 90 days later, the Department of Justice disbands the entire national cryptocurrency enforcement team. So he has gutted that entire law enforcement framework that was overseeing, and investigating crypto crimes. He got rid of it. And that's part of his play here. That is part of his play. He's preventing the law from being applied here. He's thwarting the rule of law. And it is sickening for me to sit here and watch this go on and not hear a peep out of my Republican friends. This is a dark day in our country when good men and women do not stand up and fulfill their oath of obligation to make sure that the laws are applied here, and that we hold the president responsible for his violations of law and his exploitation of that office, that once noble office. It's shameful what has happened. With that, I just want to clear up, he has done away with the law enforcement around this. And there's no recourse. So it's not like, don't worry about it, somebody else is watching that. No, he's fired those people. He's fired, and he's put his own people in place. He likes people who do exactly what he says and who are afraid of him. You see, all the people around him are all afraid to differ with him on anything. And I want to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for affording me the courtesy, and I yield back my time to him.
I thank you, Mr. Lynch, for the amendment, which I shall support. I do believe that we have to have some guardrails, and I don't know that this is enough, but I do know that it's better than nothing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Those opposed will signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk. It is Lynch number 2.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will please distribute the amendment. A point of order has been reserved by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as H.R. 3633T07.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I was describing in the earlier debate, the President of the United States, shortly after he was inaugurated, he announced a couple of things. He announced he was going to create a Bitcoin reserve, and he was going to be the biggest crypto president in history. And then he proceeded to fire the entire Department of Justice National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. This amendment would reconstitute that Department of Justice Crypto Enforcement Unit. This amendment would reconstitute the Department of Justice's National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team with the Treasury Department and require the team to investigate President Trump's crypto business dealings and all presidents' crypto dealings. Less than 24 hours after the President Trump's inauguration, the Department of Justice reassigned senior leadership members who prosecuted cryptocurrency crimes. So literally getting rid of the cop on the beat. A few months later, the DOJ disbanded the entire National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. This team had previously brought cases against companies and individuals for cryptocurrency money laundering, including the case against Binance and its founder, Changpeng Zhao. It is noteworthy that just a few weeks ago, the SEC dismissed those charges against Binance and its founder. He goes by CZ. This comes after this comes after the Trump family members engaged in talks to acquire a stake in Binance, which is the American arm of Binance. The Department of Justice's Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team played a critical role in fighting against national security threats and crypto crime. It's been estimated that $40.9 billion was received by illicit cryptocurrency addresses in 2024. So this is huge. And $9.3 billion was lost through crypto cybercrime. And that group, that Department of Justice Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, that unit is responsible for going after those crimes. So if we really are serious about maintaining the integrity of the White House and of our financial markets, we need to put this unit back in place. Just this week, federal prosecutors charged the founder of a US-based crypto firm with operating an international money laundering scheme that moved $500 million on behalf of sanctioned Russian banks. So this is unbelievable, and huge amounts of money. And meanwhile, we've taken out the cop on the beat to prevent this. We can expect this type of activity to continue and to grow if this bill were to become law. To further his wealth, the president is weakening protections against crypto crime, and Americans will pay the price. This committee should be working to increase protections against money laundering, illicit finance, and national security threats, but instead, this bill creates a framework that would legalize crypto crime and enable and abet crypto criminals and allow for increased money laundering. I urge my colleagues to ensure we have robust protections in place against crypto crime, and please support this amendment. Unless any of my colleagues needs a minute, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. When it comes to entities named in the amendment, issuers, brokers, dealers, an alternative trading system, these already are regulated by the regulators described. The SEC and the CFTC is applicable based on the registrant. If you want to see regulation, oversight, and enforcement authority over digital asset intermediaries, there's a straightforward and clear way to do that. Vote for the Clarity Act. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee insist on his point of order? The point of order has been withdrawn. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs in the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment. Mr. Lynch has an amendment at the desk.
I believe I have an amendment at the desk. I
clerk
believe it's number 3, Lynch number 3.
The clerk will distribute the amendment Lynch number 3. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, reserves a point of order. It appears everyone has a copy of the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as Lynch 35.
Confirming it is Lynch 35.
That's
Mr.
correct,
Lynch.
yep.
Very good. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would amend Section 314B of the Patriot Act to include cyber-enabled financial crime and fraud to be covered under that section. This amends the Patriots Act, Section 314B, to include inquiries about cyber-enabled financial crime and fraud. So we're expanding the scope of the Patriot Act so that we can get at some of this cyber crime. This amendment would allow financial institutions with the ability to share information, as they do now on the traditional criminal financial activities, to better identify and report activity that may involve cybercrime. If this bill becomes law, crypto adoption will likely increase, and as a result, so will incidents of crypto crime. I've received numerous calls from constituents who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars and their life savings after falling victim to an online crypto scam. Many of these constituents are older Americans who live off fixed income and retirement savings after serving 30-plus year careers as teachers or nurses. Unfortunately, this issue is not unique to my district. Incidents of crypto-related scams have skyrocketed in recent years. The FBI reported a 66% spike in crypto-related losses to consumers and investors, totaling $9.3 billion in 2024. More than half of all cybercrimes involve crypto. I want to repeat that. More than half of all cybercrimes involve crypto, with complaints more than doubling. Elderly Americans were particularly targeted, with individuals over the age of 60 filing over 33,000 complaints and losing a collective $2.8 billion. Given the anonymous nature and the speed of crypto transactions, it should come as no surprise as to why crypto products are uniquely suited for criminal activities. 98% of ransomware payments are demanded in the form of Bitcoin. The crypto industry's claims about the traceability of blockchain ignore the availability of mixers to hide illicit transactions. By the time an elderly person realizes they've been scammed and the scam is investigated, the money is long gone. That is what makes crypto products so attractive and useful to bad actors. Very little in this bill would stop any crypto-related cybercrime and fraud. And if anything, this bill would enable more scams to take place. While my Republican colleagues are determined to drive crypto adoption to satisfy the crypto industry, my Democratic colleagues and I are finding ways to protect vulnerable Americans from crypto cybercrime and ensure our financial markets remain safe. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to ensure cybercrime and crypto crime is better detected and prevented. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee insist on his point of order? The point of order has been withdrawn. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the intention of my colleague, Mr. Lynch, as it relates to the intent as described under this bill for the purposes of 324A. Does the mechanism for financial crime matter? I expand on my colleague's intent to expand 314A. Although I would encourage the sponsor, Mr. Lynch, to engage with National Security Subcommittee Chairman Davidson on separate legislation. Just looking at this amendment, I'm not sure what, quote, cyber-enabled financial crime activities, end quote, means, as it's not defined. In addition, it's not accurate to say this bill wouldn't do anything to address cyber-enabled, crypto-enabled cybercrime. It would subject intermediaries to BSA obligations as financial institutions. I appreciate the intent in which my colleague's amendment is offered. I do think there may be an opportunity to engage substantively on this, as there has been in the past some bipartisan support to work in this area. I think it's an opportunity possibly for the National Security Subcommittee between you and our chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, to work forward on this. I don't think it's necessary in this legislation before us, and so I'd encourage my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, although I appreciate the intention in which it was offered. I will yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Ms. Presley is recognized to strike the last word.
Yes, move to strike the last word. I just wanted to thank Mr. Lynch for offering this common sense amendment. He's always championing our most vulnerable, especially our seniors. I do believe this amendment is, again, common sense, and it is germane to the legislation, and I urge all members to support it.
Does the gentlewoman yield back? The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Roll call.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to further amendments. Mr. Lynch has an
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have an amendment at the desk. That would be Lynch number 4.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Lynch number 4. A point of order has been reserved by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. It appears everyone has a copy of the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, designated as H.R. 3633T08.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would strike Section 502 of the bill, which sets a dangerous precedent and gives primacy to innovation above all else without consideration to other critical SEC mandates. Section 502 is unnecessary because the SEC's mission already fundamentally encompasses innovation. In fact, the SEC has a 3-part mission centered on investor protection, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation. Innovation is not an end into itself. It is in the service to these three core goals. Furthermore, Section 502 opens the floodgates to weaponizing litigation. This innovation mandate will simply be manipulated and operated as a new legal avenue to challenge critical SEC rules. In line with its principles of innovation, this legislation also codifies the SEC's strategic hub for innovation and financial technology, also known as the FinHub. However, SEC Chair Paul Atkins has disbanded this same FinHub. This appears to be another example of the inconsistencies and contradictions we continue to see in the purported innovation goals of this legislation. Not only is this section unnecessary and risky, the purported innovation goals of this legislation are at odds with what we are seeing happen in the Trump administration. These kinds of inconsistencies and contradictions instead just cause confusion and raise more questions. To be clear, I believe innovation has the potential to improve our financial system and expand economic access. I've always supported policies that encourage safe and effective technology. However, innovation and investor protection do not need to be at odds. Utilizing a new technology to deliver the same products does not require a new regulatory structure. The crypto industry needs to stop using the guise of innovation to evade investor protection laws. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. So the gentleman insists on his point of order. The gentleman from Tennessee withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Appreciate my colleague's amendment. The section would not, though, as my colleagues say, place innovation above all else. Rather, would recognize it as part of the role of a financial markets regulator in the most dynamic economy on earth with the deepest, most liquid capital markets. This mandate is important because under the Gensler SEC, innovation was not only, it was not considered, but actively opposed to the detriment of the rest of the SEC's mission. I support the SEC considering innovation as part of its decision-making process. I'm also very pleased that Chairman Atkins has been prioritizing innovation through the agency to have a more forward-looking and agile regulator. And so I think it's important to maintain Section 502. I would not encourage my colleagues to vote yes. I'd encourage them to vote no on this amendment to not strike Section 502. I'll yield to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I got to tell you, I have spent most of my 15 years on this committee dealing with capital markets issues. I chaired the Capital Markets Subcommittee. I was ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee under various chairs, and your characterization of Chair Gensler is absolutely 100% correct. He absolutely stood in the way of innovation. He made that a reason for his existence, and it has cost us as a country. We are further behind, and it is time to rectify that. And I too am very glad to see that that the new Commissioner Atkins is taking a very different attitude. And with that, I just wanted to encourage my colleagues to vote no as well. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Green
I
from
will
Texas.
yield back, but I will, if there's further debate, I'll now recognize Mr. Green to strike the last word for 5
I
minutes.
strike the last word and I yield to Mr. Lynch.
I appreciate the grounds of the objection, and I just want to say that Mr. Gensler, in my estimation, was one of the most decent and thoughtful and principled public servants that we have had in our government in a long, long time. I think his priority was, preserving investor protections, preserving the financial system as the envy of the world and as an engine of growth in this country. One of the most decent human beings I have met in my time here in Congress, and I don't think he had a hostile or inimical bone in his body in terms of what he was trying to do. He He was a principled and is a principled individual, and I'm happy to come to his defense based on his body of work as a public official. Thank you. And I yield back to Mr. Green, the gentleman from Texas.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay, in the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having risen their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We may now move into the next amendment. Mr. Himes of Connecticut has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have an amendment to the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Himes of Connecticut, designated as Himes 15.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not happy to be offering this amendment. I was doing my thing, as I have on these crypto bills. My standard for supporting stablecoin and FIT21 was very simple, not necessarily shared by everyone on this committee, or at least on this side of the committee, which is, are we making the status quo better? And make no mistake, FIT21 and this bill introduces risk into the system. But we were making good progress in our negotiations. I have deep concerns about Section 202 because it provides an exemption for the offering of digital commodities that I think is dangerous, but we made good progress in terms of at least making it smaller. We had a lot of other wins, but I have been consistent in the last week in hearings, in page turns, in a meeting at Coinbase in New York, in saying we need to do no harm to existing securities legislation, regulation, and I think we're making some progress. And critically, we need platinum conflict of interest prohibitions here. And out of goodwill and good faith that I have for the chairman, I'm not going to add to the thousands of minutes of description of why conflict of interest prohibitions are so necessary, but to say that unlike during FIT21, we have all been treated to one of the most egregious, shocking abuses from the White House. I promise I will keep this very short because we've covered this ground and beaten this horse, imaginable. And my Republican colleagues know that if the Bidens had done this, we wouldn't get near this building. It would be white hot with impeachment. So all I'm asking for in this amendment, and I'm interested to see what the substantive arguments are against it, is that any elected official who is tasked with regulating this instrument that we're breathing life into, the digital commodity, not be able to issue a digital commodity. Now, the ranking member says she doesn't believe that we should be allowed to hold cryptocurrency. There's an active debate in this House over whether we should be able to hold individual stocks. I don't know what the right answer is there, but I do know that it is madness that we should be allowed to issue a meme coin or a digital asset or a digital commodity because it's just a vehicle for a bribe. And that should be as true of the freshman member on this committee as it is to the President of the United States, who is accruing increasing authority, thanks to the Supreme Court, over the independent regulatory agencies. So again, out of respect, I'm not going to pound the dead horse of why we're doing this, but to say that it's unimaginable to me that we would breathe life into a new concept, a digital commodity, give it the sheen of regulated prudence, and not say that if you have a role in regulating, you can't issue a digital commodity. I remain open to negotiation on this, but we need to do that. And it's not a novel concept, right? We are prohibited by law, a law that was put together in this committee, the Stock Act, from investing in IPOs. We can't do that. We are prohibited from having outside income in excess of $31,815. This is not a novel or exotic concept. And I think, unlike everything else in the bill, it's really simple and straightforward. And I think we're going to have no problem explaining this conflict of interest issue to our exuberant agriculture Democrats, because they may not have noticed that Section 208 of Title 18 imposes ethics obligations on everyone except the president and the vice president. So again, Chairman, I take no pleasure in this, but this is a gating item. We need this conflict of interest prohibition. So this amendment does that, and I hope that we can either pass this amendment or come to some agreement whereby nobody who is in charge of regulating this new instrument gets to issue one. I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Tennessee insist on his point of order? Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I sincerely want to thank Mr. Himes for his important work on this amendment. This amendment would prohibit federally elected officials from issuing or holding a financial interest in a digital asset. Importantly, this amendment provides that the Attorney General can bring a civil action to enforce this provision. Congressional Republicans have not addressed this pressing issue, President Trump's involvement in cryptocurrency. The environment we're in right now is very different from the one we were in a year ago. We have a captured SEC and a president that has a financial interest in an industry that Congress is currently trying to regulate. I'd like to point out that the launch of his cryptocurrency ventures have happened very brazenly, immediately after or before some type of regulatory or legislative decision was made. The president has made about $2.9 billion in his crypto ventures, according to reports, lifting his net worth to an estimated $5.6 billion. Members, this is ridiculous. Meanwhile, Republicans are cutting Medicaid, SNAP, and Social Security, all to make way for tax cuts for billionaires. This is unacceptable. I'm deeply concerned by the response from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to this issue throughout his markup. Let me just say, even though it will not make a bit of difference to anybody, I don't know why any of us want to serve in the Congress of the United States if we cannot handle this. I don't know why any of us can hold our heads up high and say that we're legislating on behalf of our constituents. We're concerned about investors. We're concerned about consumers, that we don't blatantly look at and see conflict and pretend that it's not there, and we do nothing about it. Whether it was what was just alluded to by Mr. Himes, or whether it's just, not being able to, participate in an IPO, or whether it is insider training, that's the kind of stuff that we should be doing. But to sit here and not use the power that has been invested in us by the people that we represent and see this brazen corruption and not do anything about it just is startling. It is absolutely heartbreaking. It is something that I never envisioned would happen in the United States Congress. And I yield back to Mr. Himes if he wishes to close on what he has shared with us just moments ago.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
Mr. Green of Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Himes, this is a good piece of legislation. It is very straightforward. The language is easily understood. The relevant language reads, in general, a federal elected official may not, NOT, issue a digital asset or hold a financial interest directly or indirectly in an issuer of a digital asset. Now that gets right to the heart of it. And by the way, he includes members of Congress, if you'll read it in its entirety. This really is the means by which we can prevent persons from lawfully now, if we don't have this or something comparable to it, people will be able to lawfully purchase a digital asset lawfully, but in the process of doing it, they're actually providing some sort of emolument to a member of Congress or the president if we happen to be persons who can issue these digital assets. I don't know that it can get any clearer than this one, Mr. Himes. I think you really nailed it. And I absolutely will support this. This makes a lot of common sense, good sense. And I assure you, if we don't have something comparable to this, there will be many who will regret not having voted for this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. Dr. Foster, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is this intended to cover, collectibles and meme coins and so on?
It's not. And to be very clear, my objective here, because I know there's many people, including me, who would like to force the president to get rid of his meme coin. My ambition here is very narrow, which is simply to not allow issuance or meaningful ownership in an issuer of what we're working on here, a defined digital asset. I'll leave it to others to go after the memes and the collectibles. This is really not that ambitious. It's just to stop issuing conflict of interests in the asset that we're breathing some life into here.
Yeah. And have you considered any de minimis exception to this?
The amendment doesn't contemplate a de minimis exception, but again,
I guess there must be some discretion on the part of the Attorney General to not go after small holdings, but it might be a useful addition. Anyway, this is a great amendment, and I intend to support it. And yield back.
Gentleman yield back. Gentleman yields back. Seeks recognition. There's no further debate. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. So the purpose of what we've been doing since 2023 is to try to find bipartisan consensus to create a market structure bill to capture a market that is utterly unregulated or confusingly regulated or asserted that we have just come in and register. And yet that's been litigated in the federal courts. We've had 3 years of litigation. We've had 3 years of our innovators going offshore, all because we have a highly unregulated market that has ambiguity in it, and this Congress, working together on a bipartisan basis, have worked to bring clarity to that market and rules of the road so that we can return investment to the U.S., we can reward innovation, we can protect consumers, we can offer opportunities to investors. And this was effectively made worse during the 4 years of the Biden administration that left it unregulated and attempted to rule by enforcement with no clarity whatsoever. So here we have it. No rules or vague rules, unenforced rules, rules people don't understand. And today I've heard extensive concerns about people who have issued meme coins. Are they covered by the bill? Are they regulated? Is there disclosure around meme coins? Are there rules around meme coins? Dr. Foster just referenced that. People suggest that people that offer wallets are somehow not regulated. People have offered that foreign investors are investing in crypto companies in the United States and that they are doing that without any oversight or regulation by the federal government. People have asserted that there's fraud being committed or manipulation of the markets or rug pulls or even charges of bribery, I've heard mentioned tonight, which is an impeachable offense. So all these things are being charged and levied, and yet every one of them is addressed precisely by the bills that this Congress has been debating. Both the Stablecoin Act and all the rules and ramifications of the design we had in Mr. Stiles' Stable Act, and each of these things is addressed in the Clarity Act. So when people say, I want this conflict removed, and they name a subject, that subject is addressed in this bill. So I want to thank my friend, Mr. Himes. No one has worked harder to get this legislation right on the structure and for the market structure bill or for our dollar-backed stablecoin bill. And I thank him for his hours and years of work and that of his staff. So first, let me thank him. Secondly, he offered at the top of his remarks that Section 202 has some opportunities for clarification, and we've been working with him today on that, and that is correct. I think we can find a very constructive spot there. But that's why we're all here today, is to create a fair, functional, forward-looking regulatory framework that captures everyone participating in it. The Clarity Act increases the protections for these markets and addresses all the issues I've heard my colleagues charge or concerns to them that weaken the market, that they have fear of, that consumers could be hurt, investors could lose money, and that people could defraud people. So these clear definitions, these lines of agency authority, the rules of the road for exchanges, brokers, dealers, other intermediaries are established in this bill, and they're established in a clear way. Everyone requires registration of the commodities and anyone using this digital asset market space. So everyone, regardless of their last name, is subject to the same oversight and enforcement under the requirements of this bill before us. And because of that, and the comprehensive nature that I think addresses every potential concern that people have in this bill about transparency and regulation, I oppose this amendment, and I urge people to support the underlying bill.
Will the
I yield
gentleman
back the
yield?
balance of my
Will the
time.
gentleman yield?
I've yielded back. Is there further debate? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall be signified by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. I'm sorry? Mr. Himes has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Himes.
Yep.
Mr. Himes has an amendment at the desk. Do you know what the number is, Mr. Himes?
It's 17.
Himes 17, if we could pause for that to be distributed. Mr. Stile? Mr. Style reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Himes of Connecticut, designated as Himes 17.
Will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is an area in which I think we made good progress. I still don't like Section 202 because it creates an exemption for issuance of digital commodities. But we had reached, I think, a pretty good agreement on this, making it small. But if I can refer back to the previous amendment, which I think is unfinished business, I heard the chairman say that everyone by name is prohibited from doing what I'm trying to do here, which is to issue a digital commodity. And I don't think the chairman is right about that. I think that because of the limitations of Section 208 of Title 18, the president and the vice president could still issue a digital commodity. So my offer to the chairman is, if the chairman will get us to a place where we can close that loophole, I will not go on about Section 202. Otherwise, I will explain why I think we should strike the section. And I'll yield.
Well, I invite the gentleman to offer his amendment.
Okay. So the idea here behind Section 202 is to create an exemption, which is not an unheard of concept in securities law. There are analogies, Regulation A, Regulation D, 144 and 144A, that provide for a lighter disclosure and regulatory and liability burden than full public registration. It's odd to create an exemption to registration standards for a completely immature and frankly non-existent market. Prudence would dictate that you create these exemptions once you have a history of trading so that you could look at how you might modify your disclosure and other liability regimes. Putting it in the initial regulatory legislation is an imprudent idea. I heard a Cravath lawyer in the hearing, I guess, say that the liability standards and other standards were consistent with Regulation A. That's not true. Regulation A requires audited financials to be provided. This exemption under 202 does not. Regulation A requires pre-clearance by the Securities and Exchange Commission. This does not. Regulation A requires disclosure, ongoing disclosure. This exception would require disclosure simply for 4 years. And this exemption is also very unclear about whether state regulators, as they are empowered to do under Regulation A, can maintain their usual anti-fraud surveillance and actions. Regulation A also limits, and this is the consumer protection part of it, the investment amount that an individual can make to 10% of their annual income. That's designed to keep people from hurting themselves too much. This exemption provides no limits to what somebody can invest in these immature tokens in an immature market. In FIT 21, which I supported, we put a limit on the amount that an individual can invest of 10% of income. So for all these reasons, I believe that we should strike this section. If we can get there on conflicts of interest, if we can get there, let's establish the market. Let's develop some history and data, and then start thinking about exemptions. That's the reason that this amendment seeks to strike Section 202. With that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin insist on his point of order? Gentleman withdraws. Who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from California.
Thank you very much. I move to strike the last word. This amendment strikes Section 202 and the deeply concerning exemptions that it contains. As drafted, Section 202 would enable token issuers to raise capital if they, quote, intend, end quote, to build a mature blockchain. These crypto companies would then raise $75 million per year for 4 years from the public. Additionally, 4 years is an incredibly long time during which anyone can claim they intend to become a mature blockchain while doing little towards that goal. This approach is overly permissive compared to other exempt offerings like Regulation A. To make matters worse, this bill does not place any restrictions on general solicitation or accredited investor status, or concentration limits on individual ownership. What is most concerning is that we would enable any issuer to raise capital from retail investors without requiring that any of the funds actually go to building the blockchain. You could buy a house in Cancun or use the funds to boost your own coin. It's not surprising that this provision also doesn't require audited financials. Mr. Himes is right to strike Section 02. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, seeks recognition. Seeing no other speakers, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Well, as the gentleman from Connecticut certainly knows, I'm very eager to continue to work with him on Section 202 and the exemption matter. I would argue we did that very successfully working together in 2023 and 2024 when we crafted an exemption in our previous bill, Fit 21, that was acceptable to the gentleman and both to the majority and the minority, as it attracted some 71 Democratic votes on the House floor. This exemption in Section 202 of the bill that you're proposing to strike is actually narrower than the one that was included in Fit 21. It does not undermine but strengthens our capital market laws by recognizing investment contracts involved in digital commodities should be subject to regulation by the SEC, including robust disclosures to address information asymmetries between issuers and purchasers, insiders, and the average purchaser. Section 202 addresses the specific risks of owning digital commodities and requires those to be described in disclosures. And there are financial disclosures as well required in the disclosures for the proposed exemption as well. The bill provides the SEC full authority if there are any violations of these requirements. And as I noted at the beginning, more than happy to work with you and other colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reflect changes to address any additional concerns you have, like the ones you referenced about investor size, exemption offering size, or the qualifications of an investor. So I look forward to working with you on that. And because I'm willing to work with you on refining Section 202 and making it as strong as we successfully did in Fit 21, I actually would urge an amendment I would urge a rejection of this amendment, striking the entire section, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the Himes amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall say by signifying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Himes has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment.
I have an amendment to this.
Mr. Himes has an amendment to the desk. Do you know the number, sir?
Do we have a number on this?
For left-hand corner of the paper, maybe, or?
20, I believe, Mr. Chairman.
See if you have Himes 20. We'll pause while that amendment is distributed. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin reserve a point of order? Gentleman reserves. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Himes of Connecticut, designated as H.R. 3633 T20.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a couple of the challenges in this bill, and I will continue to say challenges, is the fuzziness associated with some of the key concepts. So in Section 202, which we just disposed of, there is this concept of intent. The intent of the issuer matters a lot to whether they can take advantage of the exception. The maturity of the blockchain is also a novel concept here, which is ambiguous. And one of the key hooks our committee has with digital assets under this bill is the SEC's ability to determine whether a blockchain is in fact mature. This is basically the last opportunity the Securities and Exchange Commission would have to review the characteristics of tokens in the blockchain upon which those tokens were issued. Once a blockchain is deemed mature, assets that are either tied to that blockchain or trade on that blockchain would no longer be regulated by the SEC, but would transfer to the much smaller CFTC. The Clarities Act, Section 205, creates a mechanism at the SEC to assess the maturity of a blockchain. And to be fair, the bill does have some requirements placed on digital commodity issuer, related person, affiliated person, and other things to help the SEC make that determination. However, once an organizer of the blockchain submits the limited set of information, the SEC has only 60 days to overcome a built-in presumption of maturity. If the SEC fails or doesn't have enough information or time to overcome that built-in presumption, the bill then says the blockchain is mature and any assets issued on it no longer under the SEC's regulatory remit. But that leaves all kinds of lingering questions. What resources would the SEC require to adequately review the potentially large volume of self-certifications for mature blockchain systems within the proposed 60-day timeframe? Could the SEC make the determination if there is no way for the SEC to confirm whether the details included in the self-certification are true? Would the significant attrition of SEC staff over the past few months exacerbate this issue, and what staffing resources would be needed to adequately comply with this 60-day clock? Section 205 states that a condition for a system being deemed mature is that, quote, no digital commodity issuer, digital commodity related person, or digital commodity affiliated person beneficially owns in the aggregate 20% or more of the total amount of units of the digital commodity. How would the SEC verify such ownership thresholds for globally distributed digital assets that may be spread across anonymous addresses? It would have helped to have the SEC here to ask them whether they have enough information from Congress to implement this requirement, but alas, this bill is moving very fast. The questions I just raised tell one central point. The SEC needs real authority to require information and would need far more time to determine the maturity of the blockchain. Again, a novel concept. The SEC should not be forced to default into a decision that may be contrary to the interest of crypto investors or blockchain innovators. So my amendment strikes the unworkable presumption mechanism and instead, as is traditional, authorizes the SEC to require whatever information it needs to make a determination that satisfies the Commission's statutorily set mission. I ask members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. This gentleman from Wisconsin still insists on his point of order. Gentleman withdraws. The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, you're recognized Strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Mr. Himes' amendment. He is absolutely right. If this bill does not get the so-called maturity determination right by the SEC right, our committee, through the SEC, would essentially lose all our ability to oversee the crypto markets. As you know, I have requested the SEC's views on your bill, and my staff has repeatedly requested fulsome technical and impact analysis from them, and they have not provided that help. A week ago, I sent a letter to SEC Chairman Atkins asking him to provide a written technical and impact analysis of the bill. He has not replied. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the hearing record.
Without objection.
The Commission's expert analysis of the Patriot Act and fulsome answers to the questions I raised in that letter are necessary for the American people, through their representatives in Congress, to determine whether this legislative proposal addresses the unique risk related to crypto and our securities markets, and whether this bill would facilitate the most conducive environment for responsive innovation. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission has played an indispensable role in setting and strengthening investor confidence, which has been the essential ingredient of capital formation and economic growth. The reason I bring up this letter is because in that letter to the SEC, I raised the very issue related to mature blockchains. It is my view that the mechanism available under the bill favors large crypto players and disfavors crypto investors. This is why Mr. Himes' amendment is needed. It strikes the impossible process under the bill and instead fully authorizes the SEC to decide whether a blockchain is mature. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleagues' serious engagement in the details of the text. Mr. Himes has been a strong partner in trying to reach resolution in a number of these areas, and we've had really constructive dialogues with him, as well as a number of other members across the aisle. Nonetheless, I believe the proposed amendment to Section 205 as written would undermine the clarity our framework is working to provide. The rebuttal presumption in the process for submitting a certification to the SEC, the amendment would strike, is the same process that received bipartisan support in FIT 21 and includes a stay option where the SEC needs more time and information. I even believe my colleague was the one to possibly recommend the 60-day timer in FIT 21, if my memory serves correctly. In addition, the deemed maturity test is not an exclusive means of certifying maturity. Maturity is defined in statute. A blockchain is not controlled by a person or a group of persons under common control. The SEC, under clarity, would issue rules on how to demonstrate maturity. We codify, there might be a live mic there up at the desk. But, Mr. Chairman, we codify one pathway to demonstrate maturity, which provides a high bar for demonstrating that principle, a bar that borrows from key concepts related to decentralization in FIT 21. In addition, I'd like to address a possible misunderstanding. The maturity test is not about separating a digital commodity from a security, but about which disclosures by the digital commodity issuer are appropriate and what restrictions apply to insider sales. This section would, in summary, I appreciate the intent of my colleagues' engagement on this, but for the reasons as stated, I would recommend.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will. I yield to the chair.
Hey, thank you for yielding, and want to thank again Congressman Himes for bringing up another issue that was something that he and I worked on with Mr. McHenry and others in FIT 21. And I agree with the gentleman from Wisconsin's memory. I believe it was the gentleman from Connecticut's efforts to select 60 days as the SEC review time. In FIT, under FIT, we proposed that the commission had the ability just to ascertain whether the blockchain was decentralized, fully functioning, or not. And here, it's a more sophisticated approach, but I think it clearly accomplishes the same mission, which is we offer a statutory set of definitions of what a mature blockchain is. We allow the commission to write the rules around that. We allow the commission to offer other considerations to determine whether or not a blockchain is mature or not. And we lay that out, and we use the gentleman's same time frame of decision-making of 60 days. We also, in this section, that's for the most part Section 205. Section 204, we talk about another issue that's connected, which is insider or related party sales and how we structured that. Again, keeping with the corporate finance approach, I would say that Mr. Himes and I and others took in FIT 21. So I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I would recommend a no vote on the amendment, but I recommend that Stile, Hill, and Himes continue to work on Section 204 and 205 and look for any other ideas that he has to make the bill stronger as we proceed.
Will the gentleman briefly yield?
I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Stile. You're both making the point that you're looking back at FIT 21. Fair point. But it is also true that the facts have changed pretty dramatically. And I promise not to dwell on what has caused thousands of minutes to be expended here, so I'm just going to use an analogy. In 1992, Hurricane Andrew hit Miami. So we thought about insurance and other safety protocols differently in 1993 than we did in 1991. I yield to Mr. Stile.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. I thank the gentleman. Is there further debate on? Dr. Foster, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Yeah, I'd like to just quickly focus on something that Representative Himes raised but skipped over rapidly, which is that any limitation on a concentration of ownership or concentration of control is fundamentally incompatible with anonymous self-hosted wallets. This is an issue that I've been raising for years. I have gotten no answer in any of the proposed legislation on this. It's fundamental, and it is just another example of a situation where there really is not an alternative, if you want well-regulated and well-functioning markets, to have some regulator somewhere that sees the true identity, that is capable of seeing the true identity between all market participants. Simple point, no answer for years here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on Mr. Himes' amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the Himes amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from Connecticut requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. Does someone seek recognition? Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for that to be distributed. Mr. Stile? Gentleman reserves a point of order. I sure will.
Yeah, it's number 38.
Foster 38 is what we're looking for. clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as Foster 38.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as you pointed out, Section 505 of this bill directs a study of the risks of DeFi, and this amendment directs a study of the solutions, not only for DeFi, but for blockchain assets generally. So it directs the SEC, CFTC, FinCEN, and other relevant regulators to conduct a study of using what the legislation calls digital identity passports to generate the sort of controlled anonymity that history and common sense have proved essential for well-regulated markets and to prevent illicit activity. The increasing use of digital assets across the economy has led to both opportunities and risks for consumers, and I believe Congress should respond to these innovative technologies and modernize the regulatory framework. This includes not only responding to the offering and sale of new financial products, but also taking advantage of new technologies to improve consumer protections and streamline regulatory compliance. I believe that one way to achieve these goals is through application of state-of-the-art and privacy-preserving digital identity technologies. Not only can advancements in identity verification streamline regulatory compliance for KYC and investor accreditation checks, they can also improve fraud protection and reduce friction for consumers that are trying to access innovative financial tools. This amendment would require the CFTC, SEC, FinCEN, and other financial regulators to conduct a study on blockchain applications of digital identity passports. Digital identity passports could be attached or embedded within digital asset wallets at the request of the user. While a user's identity would not be visible on the blockchain, digital identity passports indicate that the necessary KYC and other regulatory checks have taken place, simplifying future compliance obligations and allowing for accountability of bad actors. This amendment would require agencies to study potential applications of identity passport technology in the digital asset ecosystem and their suitability for use in regulatory compliance. Regulators will report on the necessary cybersecurity, privacy, and interoperability requirements, as well as ways to prevent the theft or to track down the thieves following unauthorized use of digital assets. Lots of users, I believe, will want this. And I believe there'll be a real market for digital assets where if you get hacked or defrauded, that you have some hope of getting your asset back. In fact, I don't see any way to resurrect, for example, the collapsed markets in NFTs or any other thinly traded digital asset unless market participants can get some assurance that the trades that they can see on the blockchain are anything but an open sewer of wash trades, front running, and other abusive activities. The amendment here also tasks the agencies with considering the potential obligations for issuers of such credentials and with developing recommendations on whether and how to utilize identity passport technology within the digital asset framework and potential safeguards that are needed to promote privacy, national security, and the integrity of digital asset markets. This technology offers solutions to many of the illicit finance and market integrity concerns that have been raised by members of this committee, and I believe this study will shed light on specific potential solutions within the digital asset ecosystem. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does Mr. Stahl insist on his point of order? He withdraws his point of order. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized to strike the last word.
No confusion. Thank you so much. And I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate Representative Foster's amendment on digital assets and digital identity technologies. He has been the numero uno, congressional thought leader on the issue, working with technologists, industry participants, regulators, and others to consider how identity can be developed to enhance and secure financial services and national security while protecting the privacy and cybersecurity of individuals and their transactions. His amendment asks Treasury to lead a study on the issue, working with stakeholders in reviewing the technology options, like zero-knowledge proofs that are being developed now, especially for digital asset activities. With this input, Treasury will tell Congress what it needs to facilitate the incorporation of these important technologies. This is an appropriate addition to this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back unless Mr. Foster needs some additional time. He does not. We yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the spirit in which the amendment was offered. Mr. Foster and I have had some interesting conversations broadly on this topic before, but including the recognition of Americans' privacy is important. I do think the study places sufficient emphasis on necessary. It doesn't place sufficient emphasis on necessary privacy protections. And so if we're thinking down the road, if we create the conditions that will enable regulators to make it prohibitively difficult or impossible for consumers to transfer their own digital assets to self-hosted wallets without installing surveillance tools, we effectively force them into third-party custody arrangements, exposing them to additional risk without offering a choice. It would undermine the fundamental promise of blockchain technology and would threaten America's property rights. So if we step back under the Clarity Act in existing law, money laundering is illegal, and the Clarity Act will introduce a more robust compliance with BSA requirements. While I respect the intentions and spirit in which this study is offered, I have concerns regarding the implementation of the study and the insufficient emphasis placed on minimizing intrusions on the privacy of law-abiding users. And so I will recommend a no vote on the amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further comment on Mr. Foster's amendment? There's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment.
I have an amendment to the desk.
The gentleman from Illinois, could we have, do you see the number there?
T10.
T10, Foster T10. We'll pause while that amendment is distributed. The gentleman from Wisconsin does reserve a point of order. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as H.R. 3633 T10.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of this committee, I've been proud to support several pieces of legislation over the years to address financial scams and exploitation, particularly those targeting elderly Americans. Romance and investment scams, impersonations of loved ones, and other deeply intricate tricks are used with great success to con Americans out of tens of billions of dollars every year, with significant amount of those losses being driven by foreign criminal organizations. A growing proportion of those funds stolen by these groups are taken with the help of Bitcoin ATMs. According to the FTC, fraud losses at Bitcoin ATMs increased tenfold from 2020 to 2023, topped more than $65 million in the first half of 2024 alone. While some Bitcoin ATMs provide a degree of protection against this sort of abuse, dedicated scammers go to great lengths to circumvent those protections, with some spending significant time coaching their victims on ways to avoid raising the suspicions of their banks or retirement companies. But far too often, these scams target the hard-earned retirement savings of senior citizens. The FTC found that people over 60 were more than 3 times as likely as younger adults to report a loss using a Bitcoin ATM. Bitcoin ATMs allow victims, often with the step-by-step instructions of the scammer, to purchase and deposit cryptocurrency that is then deposited directly into the scammer's wallet. Many times, the victim will visit multiple machines over several days or weeks, depositing thousands of dollars, believing that doing so will help them to achieve the scammer's fabricated goal. You know, I know of a bar owner in Illinois who was happy to be paid a couple $100 a week to have host a Bitcoin ATM at his bar until he saw the stream of elderly scam victims, often crying as they poured their life savings into the scammer's crypto wallets. The anonymous, irreversible, and untraceable nature of digital asset transactions means that the funds are stolen. The funds that are stolen can be sent anywhere in the world almost instantaneously, funneled through mixers to evade law enforcement, and ultimately cleaned to support the criminal networks that often perform these scams on a mass scale. This can't be done with cash, and that makes all the difference. As we consider this legislation, I believe that we can and should do more to protect older Americans from those risks by providing them with more information and resources about these crimes. My amendment would first require the SEC and CFTC to establish a senior scam hotline to provide assistance to older Americans who believe they may have been victim of fraud, scams, or other abuses related to digital assets. And secondly, it would require that Bitcoin ATMs display information about that hotline clearly on all of their machines. By placing the information and resources in plain sight at the last point before their money can be stolen, we may be able to encourage more victims to pause and reconsider that they are potentially being manipulated, while at the same time giving them an option to ask for help. While I don't believe this amendment will eliminate all risks of financial scams, this is a growing area of concern, enabled by crypto, and I believe that this amendment would be a reasonable step to reduce the use of digital assets by bad actors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I remove my point of order.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Garcia of Texas, you strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this year, in committee testimony, we heard that, quote, in 2024, over 80% of total crypto scam profits can be attributed to pig butchering and high-yield investment scams. Pig butchering, also referred to as investment, confidence, or romance scams, target and build relationships with individuals. This subclass of scam activity grew over 40% in 2024 based on total crypto funds received by wallets identified as belonging to entities operating pig butchering schemes, end quote. These schemes almost always involve digital assets, and the victims tend to be older Americans, isolated and finding friendship or even love online and via text, groomed and lured into a trusting relationship that ends with one or more pushes to send significant amounts of funds to the scammers. Cryptocurrency, automated teller machines, ATMs, are essential to many of these crimes. After victims are talked into withdrawing their funds, they're directed to these ATMs where they may stand for literally hours with the scammers on the phone, pushing their funds into machines that will convert their dollars into digital assets. This amendment would add labels to these ATMs to warn of this type of fraud. The labels would also provide the number to an elder fraud hotline to assist victims. Hopefully, this will help potential victims see through the schemes that are stealing their life savings. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Frauds and scams are a broad problem spanning multiple industries. I appreciate maybe the intent of the amendment, but I feel like we're now entering a phase here where amendments are being tossed onto the bill rather than looking at the substance. And so I appreciate the nature broadly of looking at scams, but what we're looking at here is legislative text that goes beyond what's necessary in the bill. The author is correct. Often scammers are using manipulative techniques, romance scams, attempts to deceive their target. Absolutely, we need to better educate all Americans about how to avoid scams and better coordination across industries, including telecoms, social media platforms. In other words, it's absolutely an area worthy of this broad committee to look to work on. While I think there's broad agreement in the room that scamming and defrauding, in particular senior citizens through any medium and in any context, is not only illegal but wrong, I think it's a bit unusual to single out specific technology like Bitcoin ATMs in the way that the amendment seeks to do. Notably, I think in the Clarity Act, the actual underlying bill here, we broadly target fraud and do so through two regulators, the SEC and the CFTC. And so the underlying bill makes great strides in addressing fraud. And I would encourage all members to vote for the underlying bill, the Clarity Act. I don't think this amendment is necessary in the bill, but I do think it's a worthy area for this committee to continue to explore about how we prevent people from being victims of financial fraud. Mr. Chairman, I will yield to you.
Yeah, if you would. I want to thank my friend from Illinois for the topic. I share the gentleman from Wisconsin's concern about singling out the technology as it relates to Bitcoin ATMs. And I think it could be constructive for the gentleman to work on just general senior advice in the category, because we have this across all financial services, as the gentleman knows. Very, very specific rules about seniors and under FINRA and under the banking rules. So look forward to working with the gentleman on that, but I'd recommend a no vote on the amendment as is, and I yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back.
Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment? If no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment from Dr. Foster. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Depending on share, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We now move to the next amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Foster has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed. You know the number, sir?
Foster 036.
36. We'll pause. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as Foster 36.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In recent years, we've seen an explosion in the number of young people engaging in financial markets of all kinds. Last year, J.P. Morgan Chase found that the monthly share of individuals under age 40 transferring funds into investments has more than tripled over the last decade, far exceeding the number of older individuals making similar contributions. The World Economic Forum found that Gen Z is investing earlier than their predecessors, making investments in early adulthood at twice the rate of millennials, and triple the rate of Gen X and nearly 5 times the rate of baby boomers. This growth in retail participation in markets has been accompanied by an increase in the number of people, sometimes called financial influencers, providing investment advice on social media. Keith Gill, screen name Roaring Roaring Kitty inspired investors on Reddit to pile into GameStop, one of the most, I guess, spectacular misallocations of capital in human history. Other Kim Kardashian, Lindsay Lohan, Jake Paul, and other celebrities that I know even less about have been sued for promoting digital assets without telling investors that they were being paid to do that promoting. And thousands of other financial influencers put out financial advice on social media that may lack transparency about conflicts of interest. These influencers are getting attention too. In March, the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia published a survey that found nearly 40% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 25 said they use social media for financial advice. Last December, the SEC's Investor Advisory Committee met to discuss recommendations for the protection of investors and in their interactions with financial influencers. My amendment incorporates several recommendations approved by the IAC to establish a financial influencer task force. This amendment requires the SEC and CFTC to jointly establish this task force, and in consultation with the FTC and relevant state regulatory bodies, this task force will aim to gather data and provide guidance to investors, financial influencers, and social media companies about sharing of investment advice online. This task force will gather and publish data on complaints, provide guidance, and engage with financial influencers on relevant securities and commodities laws, which we're in the process of changing here, encouraging market intermediaries to provide training and oversight of affiliated influencers, educate investors on the risks of relying on social media for financial advice, evaluate the effectiveness of relevant federal laws, and engage with social media companies on controls for financial advice on their platforms. The Financial Influencer Task Force will also engage with regulatory bodies in foreign jurisdictions with respect to baseline standards for the provision of financial advice on social media. This amendment also includes a 5-year sunset provision. I believe this amendment will improve public-private coordination of efforts to protect investors from scams and help better inform market participants about potential risks from seeking financial advice online. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back, who seeks recognition.
I would draw my.
Does the
point of
gentleman
order.
insist
I
on
would
your
draw
point
my
of
point of order.
The gentleman from Wisconsin withdraws the point of order. The
Chairman,
gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Foster, for raising this important and long overdue amendment that establishes strong oversight and takes necessary steps to address potentially harmful market conduct arising from influencers who promote risky assets. Specifically, this amendment directs the SEC and the CFTC, along with the FTC and state regulators, to establish a financial influencer task force. Under the Biden administration, we saw the SEC crack down on cases where influencers and high-profile celebrities failed to disclose payments they received for promoting crypto products, misleading investors into believing their endorsements were independent and impartial. I think we all saw some of the ads, and I remember seeing even some billboards at airports. I want to thank Mr. Foster for addressing these concerns with his amendment, and I urge all my members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar to the last amendment, while I think there may be some good intentions here on concerns underlying this proposal, the topic is at most ancillary consideration when it comes to what we're here to debate today, clear rules of the road for digital asset market structure. Moreover, I have some specific concerns about the mechanisms and obligations under this amendment. It's not immediately clear what role brokers, dealers, investment advisors would or should have in policing activity on behalf of the task force. But in large part, I don't think this is focused on the true underlying nature of the bill. It may have some merit for us to explore at the committee big picture, but I would recommend my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, as I recommended a no vote on the previous amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the Foster amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded
The
vote.
gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Presley has the amendment at the desk. Can you see the number on the top of the page, Ms. Presley?
30.
The
Presley 30.
30. And if we could pause while that's distributed. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stiles reserves a point of order.
Thanks.
I'll ask the clerk to report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts, designated as PRESMA 30.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is now recognized for 5 minutes to discuss her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment will direct the Government Accountability Office, GAO, to conduct a study on the use of digital assets in cases of financial abuse and exploitation, specifically targeting vulnerable populations such as the elderly, as well as survivors of domestic violence. As we heard during the testimony in last week's Minority Day hearing on Friday, the growth of digital assets is reshaping our financial systems and the risks that everyday people face. In the crypto world, the safeguards and red flags that we expect from traditional banks do not exist. We heard compelling testimony from Professor Allen on Friday, who reminded us that these platforms are not immune to exploitation. Rather, they are often less efficient at stopping it. Crypto platforms have fewer intervention points to preventing illicit activity, as well as weaker oversight. As a result, we've seen rampant scams and manipulations impact thousands of Americans. Let me be clear. This amendment is not about restricting innovation. It's about Grandpa, who was targeted and tricked into transferring his life savings into a meme coin. It's about the survivor of domestic violence whose partner used cryptocurrency to hide money and engage in financial stalking. The FBI reported that in 2024, Americans lost $9.3 billion to crypto fraud. A staggering $2.8 billion of those losses affected individuals over the age of 60, our seniors. And this is likely an undercount. Why? Because too often, survivors of financial abuse and exploitation are afraid and ashamed to come forward. But we can't fix what we don't understand. My amendment simply asks the GAO to do what it does best: study the problem, and give Congress the information to solve it. The people we serve can't afford for us to wait until it's too late. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. I hope this is something that we can work on together in a bipartisan fashion to see adopted, certainly recognizing that protecting our most vulnerable, our elderly and survivors of domestic violence amongst them is certainly not a partisan issue. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Draw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his point of order. Mr. Green of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last
The
word.
gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, and thank you, Ms. Presley. My colleague, Representative Presley, is offering an amendment that would direct the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency to conduct a study on the financial abuse and exploitation of vulnerable populations. Unlike traditional financial institutions that contain mechanisms to detect financial abuse, the characteristics of digital assets make it much harder to do so. In certain cases, we have seen abusers use digital assets to exert control and carry out intimate partner violence. Through digital assets, abusers can hide funds in anonymous wallets or bypass court-ordered freezes and do other things in addition to those. The most vulnerable populations, like the elderly, have been harmed by illicit actors and criminals in the crypto ecosystem through scams, threats, and coercion. This amendment serves as a critical step in ensuring blockchain tools are not used to carry out intimate partner violence and harming vulnerable communities. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're coming in on 12 hours of markup. In this amendment, as with the last two, while there may be meritorious intentions and concerns underlying the proposal, the topic is separate from what we're here to debate today. We're here to debate clear rules of the road for digital asset market structure. I'd also like to know, let's talk about the merits of the bill, or the merits of the amendment. I'd also like to know that the phrasing of this amendment leaves open questions as to whether the study would address the benefits that digital assets can provide to vulnerable populations, such as those who may find real value and utility in self-custodying their assets if fleeing an abusive situation. Studying both potential risks and benefits, at least in my opinion, should go hand in hand. But the bottom line, the topic is separate from what we're here to debate today. We should be remaining focused on providing clear rules of the road for digital asset market structure. And because this amendment does not do that, I recommend a no vote.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentleman.
All right, thank you. Respectfully, this bill has studies on decentralized finance, financial literacy, and blockchain and payments. However, there is no study currently in the bill addressing financial abuse and exploitation. Again, just to underscore, $9.3 billion were stolen from our constituents through crypto fraud last year. So that matters. And this study is about shedding light on how to stop future fraud and exploitation. I'd also like to say I do believe that this amendment is germane to the bill. The Clarity Act is about setting rules for digital assets markets. You cannot do that without studying the impact on the people most targeted by crypto frauds, our seniors and survivors of domestic violence.
I appreciate the comments. Again, I think there may be some real legitimate intentions and concerns underlying the proposals. I'm not belittling that. Something I think that as the amendments brought forward by Mr. Foster, there may be a real opportunity for us to come together on this committee to further explore ways to prevent individuals from becoming victims of fraud, or someone who is fleeing a dangerous situation, to make sure that they can not only find physical safety, but also that they're not further victims of a financial challenge as well. And so I'd love to have this committee work on that. It's a really important topic. I just don't think the study belongs in this legislative vehicle, this being the Clarity Act. And so because of that, I'm recommending a no vote on the underlying amendment. But I am very open for this committee, Mr. Chairman, to continue looking for broader solutions in this space. It's very real space. Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman in the offer of the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Garcia of Texas has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while that's distributed. And do you know the number up on the upper left-hand corner of?
I don't have that.
All right, we'll double check it
says-
with you.
Which number? There's a 19 and there's a 28.
It's 28, I
28?
believe, Ms. Garcia.
Okay, great.
Very good. So we'll pause while Garcia Amendment 28 is distributed.
What does
Is
the
there-
19 refer to?
Mr. Stahl? The gentleman reserves a point of order.
28. Mr. Chairman, just out of curiosity, what is the 19 referring to? Right, that's the number you want, okay. Who wants 19?
Ledge Council.
Ledge Council, is it? No, I was just curious. If I had an opportunity to learn something new, I always seize on it. All right.
Thank you very much.
Mine's number 28, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas, designated as GAR CTX 28.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to strengthen the Calamity Act by ensuring parity with traditional financial institutions under the Bank Secrecy Act. Traditional banks are currently required to file a suspicious activity report, or an SAR, within 30 days of the detection of the suspicious activity. As we continue to work on a new regulatory regime for cryptocurrencies, it only makes sense for Congress to include a requirement for firms to submit SARs when transactions involving digital commodities or permitted payment stablecoins are suspected to be related to money laundering or other suspicious activity. As a primary tool used by traditional finance, SARs help detect and prevent money laundering by identifying patterns and trends associated with financial crimes. Because the cryptocurrency environment is decentralized, dynamic, and highly global, there are outstanding risks with criminals using cryptocurrency to fund their illicit activity, like money laundering, cybercrime, fraud, human trafficking, arms dealing, or investment scams. My amendment creates a clear, enforceable obligation for custodians to monitor and report illicit financing, especially with cross-border transactions. It helps to bridge the gap by bringing cross-border digital asset flows back under the same scrutiny that the traditional banking system already adheres to. As we all know, the cryptocurrency market is new and unregulated. That's why we're working on this bill, to provide a sense of structure and to prevent illicit actors from taking further advantage of a new industry. I think it is safe to say that none of us in this room want to make it any easier for criminals. SARs would allow custodians and firms across the globe to identify and report potential risk early on, promoting transparency and accountability within the cryptocurrency industry. This is a common sense amendment that simply brings cryptocurrency to parity with traditional finance. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields back. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin, he withdraws his point of order. Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
So I move to
Mr. Green?
strike the last word, Mr.
The gentleman's
Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Ms. Garcia for offering this amendment. Her amendment would ensure that suspicious activity reporting requirements apply to the entities covered by this bill. Yes, it is indeed true that the bill does say that these entities will be treated as financial institutions under the Bank Secrecy Act, the BSA. But as my colleagues across the aisle know, there are many entities that are financial institutions under the BSA that have little or no reporting requirements at all. Many of the firms under this bill are currently regulated as money transmitters, and thus they are expected to comply as described in the Virtual Asset Service Providers, or VASP, guidance issued by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. With the passage of this bill, however, they will become something else with requirements and the compliance standards to be determined. Representative Garcia's amendment makes it clear that we do not expect these entities will get a pass on compliance or friction, as some in the industry like to call it, if they are moved to a new category under the BSA. We know that crime happens through these entities and the digital assets medium, from financial fraud to cyber-enabled financial crime to terrorism financed, so we should expect no less of these institutions, which I am certain will want to help to keep our nation secure and our financial system safe from abuse. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I thank the chairman. Going through this amendment a little bit here in real time, I withdrew my point of order because I think it's worth just maintaining the discussion and the collegiality that we're having here. So I didn't want to throw the point of order in, but this really amends the Commodities Exchange Act more than the areas that are under the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee. And so if we step back, the amendment offered by our colleague seeks to amend what's not in the committee's jurisdiction. It addresses obligations, as I noted, under the Commodities Exchange Act, which is under the jurisdiction of our friends over in the House Agriculture Committee, which we previously noted voted overwhelmingly and bipartisan in favor of the Clarity Act. That sidebar complete. The amendment is not apt in other respects as well. Registered intermediaries under Clarity would be defined as financial institutions for the purposes of the Bank Secrecy Act and subject to applicable requirements related to anti-money laundering and know your customer obligations. We seem to come back to this point time and again throughout the debate over the past 12 hours. So let me just go back and hit this because I know people have been in and out of the room, and I think it's really important for people to recognize this. Registered intermediaries under Clarity, under the underlying bill, would be defined as financial institutions for purposes of the Bank Secrecy Act and subject to applicable requirements related to anti-money laundering and know your customer obligations. That's a really important point to make sure that everybody has kind of under their belts. Broker-dealers, for example, already are subject to suspicious activity reporting obligations under the BSA. And so this bill, the underlying bill, the Clarity Act, further strengthens what is currently in many ways an unregulated space due to the work of Gary Gensler pushing some of this stuff offshore. So I think we have a real opportunity in the underlying bill to reshore this, making sure that we're putting this under, with the help of Clarity, we'll be in a position to actually make sure that we're applying Bank Secrecy Act, money laundering, know your customer obligations to these registered intermediaries. And so I will oppose the underlying amendment and yet again recommend a yes vote on the Clarity Act. Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We'll now move
Ask for
to,
recorded vote.
the gentlewoman has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Garcia of Texas has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while that's distributed. Is it 29, Ms. Garcia?
Yeah, let me look. It is 29.
It is Amendment 29, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, he reserves the point of order.
All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas, designated as GARS TX 29.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman is recognized on her amendment.
My amendment seeks to establish minimum conditions to ensure regulatory ability to audit, to have records easily accessible, and to ensure the integrity in blockchain-based records. These are core elements of the Securities and Exchange Commission's current books and records requirements. This amendment simply brings blockchain-based records into parity with traditional finance. This is a necessary step as we continue to explore how to best apply the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 16 to cryptocurrency. FATF's Recommendation 16 requires financial institutions to include complete originator and beneficiary information in wire transfers as a way to help detect criminals or terrorists moving money. In other words, where is the money coming from and where is it going? In the world of cryptocurrency, this recommendation is known as the travel rule and would require virtual asset service providers to share the same originator and beneficiary information involved in virtual asset transactions. As the volume of cross-border transactions using cryptocurrency and digital assets increases, FATF and other government agencies across the world are exploring how to best apply the travel rule. My amendment helps to kickstart the process with the SEC, ensuring that companies in the digital asset space are compliant with the travel rule. The bill already modernizes the Securities and Exchange Act's books and record-keeping requirements by bringing in blockchain systems under the allowed materials. This amendment only strengthens the bill by ensuring that blockchains are not exempted from existing SEC requirements like immutability, accessibility, or retention periods. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green of Texas, please.
Mr. Green is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, and thank you for the time. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate Representative Garcia's amendment, which takes steps to tackle a difficult issue in the financial crime space, the travel rule. The travel rule comes from a recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force requiring financial institutions to collect and transmit identification information about the parties to a transaction. This important principle helps detect and deter financial crime, and it helps to secure the financial system and our national security. But how this principle will be applied for transactions in the changing digital asset ecosystem, like what's discussed in this bill and what's excluded by it, are anything but clear. Representative Garcia is proposing a solid step in that process, asking the SEC to allow for certain information to be kept on or adjacent to the blockchain, which in turn will help with adapting the travel rule for digital assets. This amendment says that although the technology changes, the principles behind it, especially related to national security, do not. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support Representative Garcia's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks further recognition? Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moves to strike the last
I
word.
move to strike the last
Recognized
word.
for 5 minutes.
12 hours in, you'd think I'd have the language down to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
12 hours into it, it's.
Or maybe I
a little
forgot
redundant,
it
yes.
12 hours in. But either way, the amendment, while seeking to introduce language, it may make sense to some on first reading, but it's actually unnecessary in the section. So why? Under Section 305, listed market participants would be able to consider records from a blockchain system for the purpose of books and records requirements, but it would not change the obligation under those requirements. In addition, the SEC would be tasked with issuing and revising rules as necessary and appropriate to effectuate this section. So I appreciate the amendment as offered, but again, under Section 305, listed market participants would be able to consider records from a blockchain system for the purpose of books and records requirements. So as a result, you don't need the amendment is offered by my colleague. I will recommend a no vote, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none. If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand. A recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 and Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to our next amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is distributed.
Amendment 006.
Thank you. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order. Point of order has been reserved, and the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Fields of Louisiana, designated as Fields 006.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to address a critical gap in the Clarity Act, one that puts American families first by ensuring that they understand what they're buying before they trade. Although the Clarity Act makes some marginal strides in creating a regulatory framework, it misses a fundamental element, protecting retail investors. While we're debating jurisdiction between regulators, American families are losing their life savings because crypto platforms keep them in the dark. That is why I'm offering this amendment that ensures that crypto platforms, like every other financial service, educate their customers before taking their money. Here is what troubles me the most. We already solved this problem decades ago for traditional investors. After the 1929 stock market crash, we passed the Security Act of 1933, which requires clear disclosure and investor education. Today, if you buy stock, you get mandatory risk warning and educational material. When you buy crypto, you get memes and rocket emojis. That's double standard and is unfair, and most importantly, is dangerous. My amendment applies the same proven principles that built the world's strongest capital market to crypto platforms. It requires five simple things. First, plain English explanation. If the platforms can't explain blockchain technology in the terms that working families understand, they shouldn't be taking their money. Second, honest risk education. Investors need to know they could lose everything, especially based on the volatility and technical failures. Third, clear comparisons to traditional investments. Crypto isn't stock with cool technology. Crypto lacks FDIC insurance, has lacked SEC oversight, and has far higher volatility. Fourth, tax education. Every crypto transaction is taxable, and families should learn that the hard way or right before tax season. And then fifth, fraud prevention. If platforms profit from user activity, they should protect users from predators. Crypto fraud costs Americans somewhere in the neighborhood of $14 billion annually. Much of this is preventable through education. Now, I know certain pockets of the crypto market, blockchain industry will claim that these advantages will stifle innovation. However, readily available education creates better customer, not fewer customers. The most successful crypto companies already provide these resources voluntarily because they know educated consumers are loyal consumers. Other special interests will say that this is too burdensome. My response is simple. If creating educational content is too expensive, maybe taking people's money is too profitable. At the core of this issue lies a fundamental principle: informed consent. We're not picking winners and losers in technology. We're ensuring that every hard-working American family can make informed decisions. Every financial market industry follows disclosure rules. Banks, brokers, mutual funds, crypto shouldn't be exempted, and consumers shouldn't be left in the dark. Mr. Chairman, the Clarity Act establishes important regulatory frameworks. My amendment ensures that we build the future of finance. We build it on a foundation that made America capital markets the envy of the world: transparency, education, and informed consent. Education protects families and builds trust in legitimate technology that's good for everyone except the scammers. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment and put American families first. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order? Gentleman withdraws the point of order.
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, gentlemen?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague, Mr. Fields, for offering this amendment, which would add sensible education requirements so that potential investors are fully aware of what risks are posed by any digital asset they purchase. Specifically, this amendment would require digital asset trading platforms to provide educational materials that are approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission that explain how digital commodity markets differ from traditional investments and what risk investors face. Among other things, trading platforms would also have to publish educational materials about the tax implications of purchasing digital assets, as well as tips on how to spot a fraudulent scheme and report it to the authorities. The underlying bill does not do enough to ensure investors are made aware of the risks and fraudulent schemes in this marketplace, which Mr. Fields' amendment would correct. As such, I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. I thank Mr. Fields for his engagement with the text. I appreciate the intention of providing further information to market participants. Indeed, the bill seeks to address appropriate disclosures in a variety of respects, from offering statements to a study on financial literacy to disclosures regarding assets treatment in bankruptcy. That said, in my real-time review of the amendment, there's some of the mechanics that aren't exactly clear to me as currently written. Not all platforms under the Clarity Act would be SEC registered. Some would be under the jurisdiction of the CFTC. Depending on the types of assets listed and the nature of the platform, the CFTC or the SEC may be the relevant expert agency. As such, happy to discuss the ideas behind the amendment and potential options with my colleagues, Mr. Field, including any details we would need to work with our friends in the House Ag Committee. So I appreciate the nature in which the amendment's intended. I think in some ways, in the gentleman's description and summary of the amendment, I heard actually some really good arguments for the underlying Clarity bill, the need to delineate this, to really protect consumers, prevent fraud, and I hope the gentleman and his colleagues consider voting yes on the Clarity Act, as an overwhelming number of Democrats did on the Ag Committee, now approaching about 10 hours ago or so. And so I would recommend a no vote on the amendment as offered by Mr. Fields, but appreciate the intention in which he offered it. Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. And a recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Seeing a sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to the next amendment. Oh, sorry, for what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I believe we'll start with 26.
All right. 26, correct, without objection? We'll pause while the amendment is distributed. This is a gentleman from Wisconsin Reserve, point of order. And gentleman reserves a point of order.
And I move to strike the last word.
You will be recognized when we have distributed the amendment. Good. All right, a point of order has been reserved, and the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Liccardo of California, designated as Licar 26.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't need the 5 minutes. I think my colleagues have heard this many times. I introduced a bill to this effect back in February. I appreciate the efforts of Mr. Stow and others to try to reach language that could ensure that we no longer have elected officials at the federal level issuing digital currency and digital assets in ways that expose all of us to grave risks of foreign influence and expose our country to obvious risks of corruption. This amendment is obviously designed to counter that very serious threat. In fact, it's more than a threat, it's an actuality. I yield.
Will the gentleman yield? Just a quick question.
I would. I'd yield my
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Section 201 of Title 18. Does a public official include cabinet members and members of Congress?
I know it includes members of Congress. I would need to go back to look, but I believe it covers executive officials at the cabinet level as well.
Okay, we just wanted to clarify it. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I do.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order? Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas,
For what purpose?
to support, well, pardon me, strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Just to state briefly, this is similar to the bill that, or the amendment that Mr. Himes had, which affords us another opportunity to provide some guardrails that are very much needed. I'm going to support the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do so as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from Wisconsin seek?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
We've hit this point a number of times, but I'll just note here, the types of entities that my colleague, are we in order, Mr. Chairman? We'll continue. The types of entities that my colleague seeks to apply these restrictions to digital commodity exchanges, digital commodity brokers, and digital commodity dealers are under the oversight of the CFTC and in the jurisdiction of the House Ag Committee. Provides an opportunity to highlight for some of my colleagues that in the ANS voted on by the overwhelming majority of the Ag Committee, the section does address that these entities can offer, I'm reading this here in real time, can offer trading in other assets beyond digital. Let me try that again. We're reading your amendment here in real time. The Ag Committee, a section addresses that entities can offer trading in other assets beyond digital commodities were subject to digital commodity restrictions. The bill itself, obviously not creating a loophole, it's closing them by requiring strong investor protections to engage in these markets. So we've obviously discussed this pretty substantively throughout the day. We'll recommend a no vote on the amendment as offered by our colleagues. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Seeing no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We will move to our next amendment. The gentleman from California. And the gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment
just a
number
moment.
27 is at the desk.
27, okay, is at the desk. We will pause while the amendment is distributed. clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Liccardo of California, designated as Licar 27.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, most crypto transactions take place on centralized platforms like Coinbase, but a rapidly growing number of transactions are purely peer-to-peer, as we know, on decentralized exchanges, disintermediated. And the growth of DeFi is fueled by a desire of some who simply don't want big brother, big banks, monitoring and manipulating their transactions. Fair enough. But we can assume that it's also fueled by those who don't want to be regulated for other reasons, because they're interested in tax evasion, fraud, or far worse, money laundering and other criminal matters. And I don't purport to know what the percentage is, but we know that some percentage of DeFi users will be defrauded, and they'll be swindled, and they may even be blackmailed or threatened. And I don't believe I'm just talking out of thin air here. We certainly have an awful lot of evidence in what we see anecdotally in the media. We also see studies emerging, such as that was published in January of 2025 in the Journal of Cybersecurity. It collected data on 1,141 profit-driven crimes from 2017 to 2022. Of these, 91% were related to DeFi. 9%, or only 105, were to centralized finance. The study would certainly suggest that DeFi is where the action is when it comes to fraud and crime. And the entire crypto asset industry suffered losses of more than $30 billion in that span of time based on the 1,141 crimes that were studied. The findings show that DeFi participants are the first victims of crimes, 52% of the cases. Alternately, DeFi actors were themselves malicious perpetrators. And so I recognize that this bill explicitly regulates centralized platforms and explicitly does not regulate DeFi. What I was hoping we would do in the hearings leading up to markup in this bill is actually to talk about what solutions there might be for all of that fraudulent and criminal activity that is happening in DeFi. I appreciate that's by design that this bill leaves DeFi largely unregulated, actually entirely unregulated. But as I conveyed in an earlier hearing, this is something like launching a global naval war strategy that deploys all of our ships to Lake Superior and leaves the oceans unattended. So there is already a study contemplated in this bill in Section 505 of the bill to study DeFi. And it studies lots of wonderful things about the merits and benefits of DeFi and so forth. There is very limited language that makes vague general reference to illicit activity and what it calls the risk of pseudonymity. There's no specific solution that's proposed for study. And so I don't suggest that one solution is exclusive, but there ought to at least be a solution that gets studied to determine whether or not we ought to consider it. And the idea is not a new one, it's an old one. It's about a regulatory sandbox, and the idea is to give DeFi users a choice. They could choose DeFi where participation remains pseudonymous, where they can be anonymous in participating, or they could choose a DeFi exchange that provides within a sandbox the ability for users, when they have been defrauded or they're victims of crime, to be able to seek a court order, a subpoena, to be able to identify other users who are involved in those transactions. Some consumers will prefer, obviously, to engage in DeFi without any of these protections, and some will prefer to know that if they're defrauded, there is some recourse. They can identify who it is who defrauded them so they can bring suit or perhaps report a crime. Now, obviously, blockchain provides immutable transaction records, but it doesn't help much if you can't identify the culprit. And that is why having some option for DeFi users makes sense, whether that's imposed by regulation or perhaps by industry agreement. through an ISO or other mechanism for dApps or crypto wallets, whatever the mechanism might be. I simply seek that we study one possible solution. I'd welcome any others, but if we're going to pass this bill, we ought to at least give serious consideration to what are the options for us in the months ahead when we see the crime and fraud that we know is inevitable in DeFi networks. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order? The gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't want to use all 5 minutes. I'm happy to yield to any of my colleagues at one time. Mr. Liccardo raises some valid concerns, which is why there's a study. I mean, he alludes to the fact there's a study, but frankly, it seems like he wants to, shape the outcome of the study in advance of even conducting the study. I mean, in science, you don't do that to the hypothesis. You have some hypothesis and you do the study. You don't really predefine what the outcome is, and maybe unless you're launching a pharmaceutical product or something. I haven't worked in that field, so I won't even presume to judge them. But I think we should just do the study and see where it goes. But obviously, DeFi is part of the whole point of the sector to break up intermediaries. And we have to answer some of those things. When you get tokenized securities, does that mean now that we can have bearer bonds again if they're tokenized? I don't think that this bill says that. It doesn't undermine any of the securities laws. It doesn't undermine any of the commodities laws, but it recognizes the reality in the market. And I think, look, we should have done this bill back in 2017 in the initial corn offering market. We should have done it in 2018 when we introduced the Token Taxonomy Act. But we've drug our feet over all kinds of excuses, and I think the time for tarrying has long passed. We need to move forward and provide as much clarity as we can today. And I hope we do just that. Does anyone else seek time? I'll yield to Mr. Stile.
I thank my colleague from Ohio, and I appreciate my colleague from California, his interest in DeFi and our DeFi study. It's my view that the type of activity described in my colleague's amendment would broadly be within the scope of the study to the extent the relevant agencies deem it appropriate. In addition, the private sector already has the capacity to begin these types of experiments where they think it desirable from this perspective of consumers, businesses, and the broader ecosystem. For example, there are in fact already service providers offering DeFi services in which participants are KYC'd. And so I appreciate the intention in which our colleague from California brings us his interest in the DeFi and the DeFi study, but I will recommend my colleagues vote no on the amendment. I will yield back.
And I yield to the chairman.
Gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. And those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll now move on to our next and possibly last amendment. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
The one I had earlier. Yeah, got it through ag, but.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin reserve a point of order? Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3633, offered by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, designated as Gonzalez, Texas, 005.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I offer a common sense amendment today which would bolster our nation's security and combat the actions of illicit actors such as drug cartels and terrorist organizations around the world. This amendment would direct the Treasury Secretary, in conjunction with the Securities and Exchange Commission and Commodity Futures Trading Commission, to examine and report to Congress how foreign terrorist organizations and transnational criminal syndicates like drug cartels, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis use digital assets to circumvent current regulations and finance their operations. Following this review, Treasury must issue updated guidance to ensure the Securities Exchange Commission and Commodity Futures Trading Commission have tools they need to detect, disrupt, and deter illicit financing through digital assets. As you may know, the Treasury Department has reported that Mexican drug cartels have increased their use of cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, to launder illicit drug proceeds. In a 2023 DEA report, it was noted that cartels are leveraging digital wallets to move millions of dollars across the border with speed and anonymity. Hamas received over $40 million in crypto between 21 and 23. And according to Reuters, over $20 billion in crypto transactions in 2022 were linked to illicit activity, including sanctions, evasive darknet markets, and terrorist financing. These aren't theoretical threats. They're happening right now, and our regulators need proper tools to deal with it. This isn't about stifling innovation. It's about ensuring our regulators can keep up with bad actors exploiting the digital space. I'm also happy to be joined by my friend, Congressman Jim Costa, who introduced a similar amendment before the House Agriculture Committee for H.R. 3633, Digital Assets Market Clarity Act of 2025, which passed out of the House Agriculture Committee this afternoon. I hope my colleagues on this amendment will do the same. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge the support of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
On my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my colleague for his interest in shining light on an important topic. I would note, some people here may know, a substantially similar amendment was offered and accepted in the House Agriculture Committee earlier today, where the Clarity Act was passed, as I'll note yet again, with resounding bipartisan support. And so given the House Ag already saw fit to include similar language, I'd be happy to work with my colleague along with our friends in the Agriculture Committee to ensure that the comparable intentions from the provision in this one are addressed in our joint legislation. Because that text is already in the Ag bill, I'm actually going to, in a technical sense, recommend a no vote on this amendment before us. But again, happy to work to make sure that substantially similar language is properly incorporated as it was already picked up in the Ag markup. So a technical rec on a no on this amendment, but in the spirit of it, I think we will have a final text when we are in a position to go to the floor. Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yield time to Mr. Gonzalez to respond.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the language of my amendment is stronger than what was introduced in the Ag Committee, and I'd really like to keep this amendment. I'd like to reintroduce this amendment. I hope that we can all agree on this. It's a good amendment. It's good for the country. It's good for the American people, and we hope we can get support. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anybody seek further recognition?
I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further recognition? There's no further debate.
Chairman, Move
For
to
what
strike the
purpose?
last word.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for
Well,
5
I want to
minutes.
support Mr. Gonzalez's amendment and urge all my colleagues to vote for it. I think he's correct. If there's even a slight difference between this and what was done in the other committee, we should strongly support his amendment, especially because this is a very critical topic that we should take immediate action on. So I just want to associate myself with all his arguments and ask all my colleagues to vote for the amendment.
Does the gentlelady yield back?
I do yield back unless Mr. Gonzalez wants to have anything additionally.
Just briefly, I'd also like to add that this is the appropriate committee for this amendment, much more so than Ag. I yield back. Thank you.
I would agree, and we yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anybody who seeks further recognition? If there is no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments?
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3. The Committee of Rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments?
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
It is not an amendment, no.
Okay, seeing no further amendments on our current bill, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered, and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately vote on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we'll consider the question to report the measure. We will now move on to the next bill.
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman, actually, if the gentleman will pause here a moment, we are going to
I have
call the
H.R.
bill.
3716, the Systemic Risk Authority Act, at the desk.
Thank you. Just a moment.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3716, the Systematic Risk Authority Transparency Act, introduced by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. Clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3716, to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to require
I ask
reports
that the legislation be considered as read, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Texas has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3716, offered by Mr. Green of Texas, designated as GREET 43.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 3716, the Systemic Risk Authority Transparency Act, is a piece of legislation that I introduced on June 4th of 2025, having previously introduced it on June 14th of 2023. I'd like to thank Mr. Barr because Mr. Barr and I had an opportunity when we were experiencing our first introduction of this legislation to receive a commitment that it would be brought to the attention of this body again. And true to his word, we are now taking up the legislation. So, Mr. Barr, I'd like to thank you. This legislation was developed following the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in 2023, when the FDIC invoked the systemic risk exception to guarantee uninsured deposits at these banks. The FDIC took prompt and drastic action to prevent further panic in the financial system following the collapse of these banks. This action, among others taken, by our financial regulators successfully prevented widespread financial panic. To ensure transparency, this legislation requires that within 60 days of the invocation of a systemic risk exception, the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, will be required to produce a preliminary post-failure report. Also requires that within 90 days, the appropriate bank regulator, including the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, the OCC, or the Federal Reserve, the Fed, will be required to issue a preliminary post-failure report. Within 180 days, the GAO and bank regulators will be required to issue a comprehensive post-failure report. All three of these timelines are to be met so as to provide the transparency that the Congress deserves to have and the public has a right to know. These reports would provide Congress and the public an analysis to identify the causes of the bank failures, including any management, supervisory, or regulatory shortcomings. The committee passed similar legislation by a 50-0 vote last year. Again, I'd like to thank Mr. Barr, and I ask that my colleagues would support this legislation that provides the transparency that the Congress needs to have and the public has a right to know. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Green, our ranking member and former chair of Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, for his leadership in drafting this bill. H.R. 3716 effectively codifies the kind of transparent and rapid reporting that the Government Accountability Office, along with the Federal Reserve and FDIC, provided after the sudden failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in 2023. If regulators are forced to invoke the systemic risk exception again, this bill would ensure that Congress and the public gets timely information and analysis on what went wrong and what corrective supervisory and regulatory actions are necessary to promote safety and soundness of the banking system. The committee's previously approved bill last year by a 50-0 vote. I further note that H.R. 3716 is one in a series of bills that Democrats introduced in the aftermath of the regional bank failures to strengthen transparency, accountability, emergency liquidity, and safety and soundness of the banking system. Related, the Senate Banking Committee approved the Markup Act with broad bipartisan support, and that bill included several of the same reforms that committee Democrats introduced in the House, including a bill to ensure CEO compensation would be clawed back if they recklessly ignored supervising warnings and ran their bank into the ground, as was the case with SVB. Moreover, others like Vice President Vance and Secretary Hagerty have separately put forward proposals to reform the deposit insurance system for the benefits of smaller depository institutions, small businesses, and their workers. It's high past time that Congress take action in response to the regional bank failures of 2023, and we can begin by supporting Representative Green's bill. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3716, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Not seeing others, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my good friend from Texas, Mr. Green, for offering H.R. 3716, the Systematic Risk Authority Transparency Act. I've long advocated for greater transparency from our federal bank regulators, especially during times of crisis. This bill was born out of the banking turmoil of 2023 when the FDIC invoked systemic risk exception to guarantee the uninsured deposits at Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Following these bank failures, the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, conducted a post-failure report examining why these banks failed and the rationale for invoking the systematic risk exception. Events of this magnitude carry serious implications for taxpayers. Any federal government action and response must be carefully reviewed and fully understood by both the Congress and the public. This bill would formalize the post-failure process by directing the GAO to conduct an initial review within 90 days of invoking a systematic risk exception, followed by a more comprehensive report with 180 days. Last spring, this committee passed this bill unanimously, as noted by the gentlewoman from Texas, by a vote of 50-0, reflecting our strong bipartisan consensus on the need for greater transparency from regulators, regardless of which party is in power. Enhancing transparency around the regulator's emergency response is critical for informing this committee's oversight responsibility. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on Mr. Green's bill? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to Mr. Green's amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Recorded voters requested, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We'll reconvene in 20 minutes after we set up votes. We'll be voting electronically. Thank you. Committee is in recess.
Zoran and I were good friends when I was up.
You know what?
He's not a bad guy. I like him.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not from New York. Y'all know this, y'all.
Committee will reconvene. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 2808 as amended favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Mr. Sessions? Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 46 and the nays are 0.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2808 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee will now take postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 2835. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Amendment H.R. 2835-3. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who'd like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Mr. Donalds?
I move for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Outstanding. A recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. We will now take the vote on ordering the bill as amendment favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Yep, roger that. Okay, here comes Mr. Lynch. Is there any member who has not voted? Any member who'd like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 20.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2835 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3672 as amended favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who'd like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31 and the nays are 19.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3672 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. As a courtesy, everybody, if you could keep your conversations down, please. Thank you. We'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3645 from Representative Muser as amended favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Yes, ma'am. There you go. Is there any member who has not voted? Any member who'd like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3645 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee will now take the postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 225 from Representative De La Cruz. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. This is H.R. 22502. The clerk will open the vote. Yeah, Waters is next. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. This is H.R. 22503. The clerk will open the vote. There you go. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. We'll now take that vote on ordering the bill as amended favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Aim low, aim down at the clerk down there.
That's what I thought I was doing.
Yeah, there you go. Is there any member that has not voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 225 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman.
I have a unanimous consent request to en bloc H.R. 3633, Waters number 2 on page 2, through Gonzalez number 2 on page 6. Anybody second?
There's an objection.
Really?
We will now take the vote pending on H.R. 3709 as amendment favorably reported.
I tried, you people.
You did. The clerk will open the vote. We're voting H.R. 3709, Representative Beatty. Vote is open. Who's that? Okay. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who'd like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 1.
Majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3709 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee will now turn to H.R. 3633.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote in an en bloc fashion on H.R. 3633-T01 through Gonzalez, Texas -005 in an en bloc motion, Mr. Chairman. That's the motion.
Objection.
Object.
There is an objection. We'll proceed. The committee will now take postponed votes on the pending amendments to H.R. 3633. Question on the second amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. This is H.R. 3633, T01. Clerk will open the vote. Is any member who hasn't voted would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. This is Sherma 047. Clerk will open the vote.
Never been sure.
No?
This is
Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the second amendment offered by Mr. Sherman. This is Sherma 050.
Mr. Chairman,
Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member of, I beg your pardon, clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the third amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. This is H.R. 3633 T27. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the fourth amendment offered by Mrs. Waters. This is H.R. 3633 T25. Clerk will open the vote. Got it? Mr. Barr? Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the fourth amendment offered. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. This is Caston 50. Clerk will open the vote. Thank you. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the second amendment offered by Mr. Caston. This is Caston 56. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the third amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. This is Sherma 51. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 31.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the fourth amendment offered by Mr. Sherman. This is Sherman 52. Is there a member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 31.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. This is H.R. 3633 T09. Clerk will open the vote. So you got it? Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. This is Lynch 36. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the second amendment offered by Mr. Lynch. This is H.R. 3633 T07. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the third amendment offered by Mr. Lynch. This is Lynch 035. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the fourth amendment offered by Mr. Lynch. This is H.R. 3633 T08. Clerk will open the vote. Ms. Presley. Okay, we got it. All right. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. This is Himes 015. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the second amendment offered by Mr. Himes. This is Himes 17. Clerk will open the vote. A majority, let's see, is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, who seeks recognition? Mr. Norman.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to unblock the Hines Amendment starting at 3633 T20 through
Object.
through the Gonzalez Amendment number 2, HR 3633, number 005.
Object.
The gentlewoman from California objects.
Call for the question.
No, the question is now on the third amendment offered by Mr. Himes. This is HR 3633 T20. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the second amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster. This is Foster 38. Clerk will open the vote. Ms. Garcia. Is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the third amendment offered by Dr. Foster. This is HR 3633 T10. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the fourth amendment offered by Dr. Foster. This is Foster 36. Clerk will open the vote. Is there anyone who would like to change their vote? Is there anyone who has not voted? Clerk will close the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley. This is Presley 30. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the second amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. This is Garcia 28. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the third amendment offered by Ms. Garcia. This is Garcia 29. Clerk will open the vote. You got it? Is there any member who hasn't voted like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Fields. This is Fields 6. Clerk will open the vote.
Almost there, almost there.
Mr. Torres. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Licardo. This is Licardo 26. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question now is on the second amendment offered by Mr. Licardo. This is Licardo 27. Clerk will open the vote. Ms. Salazar, there we go. Is there any member who hasn't voted? Any member would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez. This is Gonzalez 5. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Huizenga, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a recorded vote on this very important bill.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. We'll now take that vote on ordering the bill as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who would like to not vote it? Any member would like to change their vote? Clark?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 32 and the nays are 19.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3633 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now take the vote. Shh. Everybody needs to hear, please. We'll now take the vote pending on H.R. 3716 from Representative Green as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is
Excuse me. Move over.
Mr. Barr, Mr. Ogles. Appreciate you, Warren. Appreciate your work. Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3716 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Shh. Order, please. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary and conforming changes to the bills considered today. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. There being no further business pending, the committee stands adjourned.